Good long day.
Okay, you're live.
All right, thank you, everyone. Welcome to the 2026 budget notice. This is, what am I talking about?
Budget hearing.
Yeah, this is the budget hearing, so okay. We'll go ahead, if you'll join me, we'll stand for a moment of silence and do the pledge. Pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the sea symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All right. Hopefully I'll get everything wired together here pretty soon. Roll call, please, ma'am.
Mayor Crawford,
Here.
Councilor Eby,
Here.
Councilor Letterman,
Here.
Councilor Hooker,
Here.
Councilor Jackson,
Here.
Councilor Salas, and Corey are absent.
Okay, thank you very much. First off, we'll get started on this is discussion and presentation of the fiscal year 2026 Village of Ruidoso operating budget.
Good morning.
Judy.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, and with Judy and her staff, with preparing the preliminary/final budget. It's hard to believe it's already going to be FY26.
Yes.
So, Mayor, councilors, included in your binder are some, the agenda, and then there's some supplemental schedules that you should just know. They're kind of summary behind the title page of fiscal year 2026 proposed budget. It gives a detailed listing by department and fund. You've seen these worksheets before for each department to see how much the revenues are if you ever want to. And then the next one behind personnel is a listing of all the personnel requests. The first column is the department requested, and then the next one is what's actually proposed in this current budget. So if there's a column in the number in the first column but not in the second, that means that amount is currently not in the budget. However, if you would like to make changes, we can. Just know right now we're in a balanced budget, so if we add something, we just have to take something out. The next spreadsheet, you've seen this one before. It's the capital outlay, same kind of concept. If there's an amount in the first column but not in the second, it's not included. Some of the items have been transitioned to the current year, and we're going to try to buy them earlier than after July 1st, so we can talk about those. Those are just some easy ways, in summary, to get your mind wrapped around what the outlay is. Also included in this budget is a 3% increase on the Blue Cross Blue Shield. There is a pay for performance of 1% in all the personnel sections included in this budget. And in police, they have requested a 10% increase in salaries, plus a pickup of para. The only increase that's currently in the budget is the 10%. It was another 4% pickup on PERA that is not included in that.
Pardon me. What do you mean by pickup of PRA?
So within para, the employer has a contribution amount
Right.
and the employee has a contribution amount. A municipality can pick up 75% of the employee's contribution.
Yeah.
Currently, right now, we pick up 4%, but there was a proposed additional 4% for PD guys with with badges to pick up an additional 4%.
Okay.
So he was proposing two types of increases. Currently, the only one that's included is the 10% on the wages, straight up 10%.
Okay.
Also on revenues, for the joint utilities, and we have talked that we probably need to start letting people know that on, let me get it before I give the wrong amounts. Water, next year is going up 12%. Sewer is going up 9%. Wastewater's going up 5%, solid waste, yard waste, and recycle are all going up 30%. So those, out of those increases, I've only budgeted 90% of the increase to the rates, just in case people start conserving water or something like that. But that increase is also in there. The other increase on general fund revenues, I looked at a 10-year trend, and I budgeted 90% of a growth rate on that trend. So the amounts when we look at general fund revenues are going to look high, but I know we started out slow this year, but we're picking up, and if you look at the 10-year trend, we're online with it, so that's why the amounts in the general fund might be a little bit higher than what we normally budget. Remember, this is just a starting point. We can add to, take away, whatever we need to. This budget will only be good for the July 1st day. Once we start doing rollovers, it's going to change anyway, so, if we need to, anything that we take out and cut this year doesn't mean that it's going away for the whole year. If our revenues keep on increasing, we can always add it back later on, or pending, whether it's a one-time expenditure, pending the year-end cash balance, we might be able to buy some things out of that too. So with that, if you're ready, we can start the department
Yes,
requests. So the first one
go right
is,
ahead, Counselor.
Judy, real quick, just going back to the surf, again, I came in at a time where that was something that was really heavily used. Where does that fall in with us now? Is it still out there? Not as much?
Counselor Hooker, Mayor. So in the past, we were part of an online auction, and then it was made to, a decision was made that we would go to live auctions. And what we found out with the other auction that we had is that unless it's a vehicle or some kind of equipment like car equipment or something like that, the furniture and fixtures and the old computers don't necessarily go. So because of that, we haven't been doing those types of auctions or online. The surf has kind of dwindled down, and because our cash balance in the general fund has been steadily growing, and now with the rate analysis with the enterprise funds, we haven't had a need to do the surf as we were in prior years when we were really strapped for cash and we needed to replace a lot of the equipment. I think we've come a long way, and the surf has helped us because that surf has brought us you've heard like the streets truck didn't have a floorboard.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Right.
And in the last 3 or 4 years, we've been able to replace a lot of vehicles and stuff. So because the general fund has continued to be pretty fruitful, we haven't needed to set aside money because people are budgeting correctly, well, not correctly, but within their means, so that we have extra cash to actually buy those big units and stuff like that, so.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, and Mr. Mayor, Judy, once again, could you hit me with those increases in the utilities
Sure.
by line item?
Let me get that. Hold on 1 second. It's 12% on water,
Okay,
9% on sewer,
okay,
5% on wastewater.
okay.
Solid waste, yard waste, and the recycling fee are all gonna go up 30.
30. Thank you.
I haven't done the math on like a minimum bill yet, but hopefully we can start in the, publicizing it in the newsletter.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how much the average bill would go up, but we'll have that figured out.
It looks like solid waste is going to carry most of the water, though.
Yeah,
Well, it's because they're so far.
I was just gonna say they're so far.
What I'm just saying is that.
Yeah, that's where most of that increase is going. So get ready, boys and girls, for all those cards
So
and
that,
letters.
yeah, so that's going to be
No more
July
Christmas
1st.
list for me.
So it'll be for, it'll go in August billings for July consumption.
Oh, okay, so they won't see it until August,
But we probably,
but it will be July's, okay.
Bill.
This coming July?
Yes.
Yeah.
and
The end
After
fiscal
this
year is
one-
30 June.
Right.
And then next year, they're gonna go up another percentage. I didn't look at that because I was already like, oof.
It's
But, you know,
probably around the same.
But again, I remember when we sat there and got briefed, the people that were putting this together for us said, you need to do this right now. And we were like, no way.
Yep, exactly.
And that's why though, the way now is we're a little
there.
bit at a time kind of
Yep.
easing it.
There's a forestry and that went up 50% at one jump.
And I know they look a lot, but like, when you look at 30% on the forestry, you're going from 520, 30% of that, and then I think it's 15 something for in compliance, and then 30% on that. So I know the percentages, sound like they're a lot, but when you look at the actual
Yeah.
rate, it's not that much.
Right.
But I know on a consumer, when you look at all the increase, in addition to everything else you're doing, it's kind of overwhelming.
And they look at it as just, it's the water bill.
Yeah,
Exactly, just this part of it.
yes, so. All right. Any other questions? Okey doke. So it looks like, the first one is Rio Dosa Joint Utilities. And we're gonna go to the first page, which is revenues. And you can see, it did go up based on the increases. And again, I am gonna monitor these enterprise ones, closely this next year. So if we're not making budget, we'll make, adjustments accordingly. But, we're going, just on water itself, we're going from 5 million to 6.4. So, it's kind of a big increase.
Yeah.
So, everything else, sewer went from 2 million to 2,011,000. And we just budgeted some similar, random revenue accounts that we always see. If we go through, then the next page, we're gonna go through is utility billing. This has 2 employees, the utility billing clerk and the utility billing supervisor. It's still the same. Postage was the same. General office supplies at 2,000. And then the contract services is the printing of the utility bills. We're trying to do a push to more people getting it on email instead of us mailing. But I still budgeted the 60,000, telephone at 505 for a cell phone. And then travel and training at 500, and then equipment rental is for our folding machine at 3,400, and then the merchant fees at 100,000. I am currently trying to get on another company. This is for online payments that people make through our website. I'm trying to change it to another provider to get those fees down this year, so.
Do we charge our customer a separate fee for using that?
I believe it's $1.50.
Okay.
But if you come in and use our credit card, we don't charge you.
Oh, okay,
So if they come in and use the credit card, it's just when they go online.
okay.
So we don't charge them, we're back charging them a credit card fee.
When they go online to our
But
website.
when they come in, what's the difference? You're still using a credit card.
Yeah, we can, we just never have.
We had talked about that before. We were charging the customer for that.
Yeah, we talked about that, and also like at Grindstone and doing those fees and seeing about doing like some places do what, 3 to 4%?
Most everybody I use my credit card, there's a sign, and they charge you 3 to 5%. And we discussed that already about us not eating that anymore, a long time ago. So we need to figure that out, because what's the difference? Going online, you don't even have to walk in the front door, and we're charging them. And then continuity of thought just went out the window, and then they come in and use a credit card, but we don't charge them.
That was set up when I just need to know the amount, how much we want to charge. I know there's a limit on what you can charge them. We can get that, and we can start charging
I'm not one to
people.
maximize it and use it for money. I want to know what we get charged, because we looked at it and we had a variation of different credit cards. What are we charging them online?
$1.50.
$1.50, what percentage? It's just a flat rate?
No, it's $1.50.
Flat rate.
Flat rate, yes.
Yeah. So we just need to make up our mind what we're doing. As we had this whole discussion before about how many thousands of dollars that it was costing us.
For the fees.
In our business, you charge it. Our business, it kills you, knocks your profit margin right out. We're trying to increase wages, and now we're talking about raising the points of para and, you know, all these more days off and buying new trucks and raising water bills. We need to make sure we're making it or saving it wherever we can, I'd say. So I
Dentist
want
just
to,
charged 2%.
huh?
My dentist in Roswell just
Yeah.
charged 2%.
Mayor and council, so just for clarification, we'll go through everyone, not just the front. We'll talk to everyone that's using charging stations and make sure we're capturing those charges moving
Well,
forward.
it's when they pay their bill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or any other, from what I understood, is like if they also go to the lake or if they're
Yep.
doing anything,
Yep.
We'll capture those charges.
Getting a
upfront.
pass to go.
Swimming pool, all,
Anything,
everything that
yeah.
uses a card, even for fees, for recreation fees, will have a,
But
Because-
not a debit card.
Yeah, they're all the same.
It's all the same.
Debit's charged too.
But the thing about it is with the recreation, we won't let them have cash. We're not taking cash. So to me, that's not very fair.
Well, I mean, the point is,
I
we're
understand.
charging it either included in the price or call it even, you know, if you're talking about that, but the lake is not as big a charge as what we take in revenue to pay, charge our enterprise funds. You know, when you're paying $150 a month bill and you're paying it by credit card and it's 4%. So I would look at those. And if we haven't already, because I remember we talked about that very thing with the lake, I thought we were just including that in the fee.
We,
Yeah.
it's a flat fee, right? $20 or 24?
And then that's your credit card fee and everything. But it's not like your
Oh, it's
enterprise.
$10 with,
But when you talk about your water bill, I just want to make sure we're clear, and I'm clear, it's all broken out on what we have to charge. We spend a lot of money on surveys and all that stuff to find out how much it's costing us to provide these services down to the nth, and then we're going up in percentage incrementals, but we're letting 4% just go right out the door.
But within
Mr.
that
Mayor?
rate analysis, the fees that we pay were currently already calculated in the rate increase.
I understand, and then do the net, you take out the credit card fee.
Mr. Mayor, Judy, I just did a quick pro forma on, if you had a utility bill of $130, not pretty average. If you did the 4% charge, let's just say average for your credit card use, would be a back-end fee to you of $5.20. So you need to kind of think about that.
Times, how many, 7,000?
yeah.
And that's what we're talking about.
But not all but if you have an ACH debit, you're not getting charged.
Right, I'm just
Yeah.
talking about credit cards.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much of those, we just need to look at it because, again, we paid for the study on what percentages we're gonna have to go up, and we're implementing them year over year. And we're getting ready to have another big one. And then if we're not charging, everywhere else is doing it.
And just for point of order, what we are discussing is because we get charged by the credit card
Yes.
company for using that service. It's not that we're trying to go up,
No.
we're just recouping what, it's the push down all the way to the end user.
Yep.
Right, but there's still a transaction fee on the debit card,
Mm-hmm.
even though, you know, there's still a swipe fee and, it's not as large for the percentage for a debit card as there is a credit card, but there's still a swipe fee charges with a debit card.
Yeah, because we looked at them, the fees were at one point, whatever, all the way up to almost 5% when we looked at them. And I thought we settled on 3 or 4%, but it's just that right there, that's a lot of money that you're realizing, we should have that figured in. What percentage are we losing every month for people paying with credit cards? And how does that affect our overall revenue?
Right.
And then we don't know that number, I don't guess, but if they do with a credit card, it should be standard that they cover the that bank fee or a percentage of it. Because it's not us, it's the bank.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the whole point. It all comes down. And the reason, because they know that we're having these discussions, the citizens, so I'm already catching it because people are hurting. They say that they can't make any money, even though our latest GRT reports and income level show that we're killing it. So, you know, it's an enigma. So, but the bottom line is we have to generate revenue, and if it's to the end user, then that's what it's got to be.
Okay.
We don't know how much the credit card company is charging us.
Right now, I believe it's 2.3%.
Because I know the cleaners, it's 4%. Restaurants, you know, if you want to pay with cash, it's one and it's another. So we just need to pick out something in there that fits us and then let the customer know that they'll have to cover the cost of their banking fees.
Right.
It's not ours. We don't get to keep it.
So, do you want us to bring you back the percentage?
I would like to see how much we are
We're
paying.
Okay,
If it's negligible, then that's even better.
okay.
And you're saying it's what, Judy, 2 point?
I believe it's 2.3, except for the online.
Okay.
It's something higher. That was the one you're tied into a Tyler partner, so we were looking at different aspects on how we can get around that,
That's only the ones that come in and pay with their credit card.
is around the 2.3.
But they all charge you, whatever processing company we use, they have a fee.
Yeah,
For this
Yeah,
credit
no
card,
doubt.
for American Express, for that. And some of them have standardized them, whether it's Global or whatever the other companies are. We just need to find out what ours is charging. And are we running it all through Tyler?
no.
So it's,
Like, the Civic Rec is run through Global. CityWorks is ran through Transaction Service, Vericheck, and Transsystem. The credit card machines that we have are Wells Fargo. The online payments is eMoney.
and see, what they do is whatever service, equipment they provide,
Yeah,
that you have to go with that processing
yeah,
company.
that's why we have 10 processors. And then,
In the old days, it didn't work that way. You could
You picked
pick
one.
one and then go the cheapest, and then they've bought out all these processing companies, and that's when they've started standardizing.
Judy, at the app fuel, and then they have their,
I don't know what the
Okay.
out fuel is.
But it's little things like that. I know out of my business, it's 50-something thousand a year that I pay to credit card companies. So we included it in their fees.
That feels about 2.3% on the average
okay.
between.
So it's just something to look about at, well, because we're going to have to go up. Everything is. And just how do we make that happen? And then we may get something from the state on their para. State employees, they're wanting to go back and pay retirees and everybody else. And then they don't have the funding. They're insolvent there. So they're going to kick it back down to municipalities like they did last time.
So this is the last year of that
This,
original.
right now it is.
Yeah, this budget year is the last percentage increase.
The
That was from
0.5.
the last SB, was it
Is that a
272 or
big
something?
bill?
Well, it adds to our bill,
Yeah.
even though
Yes.
they've got billions of dollars in the black, they
Yeah.
still kick it to us.
Yeah,
Okay.
And we have no say-so on it. So,
we increased 0.5%
yeah.
for the last 4 years, I believe.
It's a total of five.
4 or 5 years, yeah, we've
Yeah,
been,
the total's 5. So it's just those unknowns that, and we're still doing well, but I can remember right here when we shut down a new pickup in the Parks Department because we were afraid of what revenue was going to happen. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Because that's how quick we can turn if we have something else come up.
the good news is, when we look at quarter on tomorrow, estimated ending cash balance in the general fund by itself, after everything's done is 9 million, so that balance has been slowly increasing.
That's nice.
I mean, it's really an enigma. We still have 7 million in what was it, the category? Uncategorized?
Unclassified establishments.
Yeah, and we still don't know what that is yet.
Mayor and council, I spoke to Allison yesterday with the league, and she said if we send her that information, she'll get on, work on that, so.
It's like getting a paycheck and you got a big old
Yeah.
buttload in there and it's like, wow, that's great, but do I count on this? You know, where did it come from? Do I have to pay it back?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a pleasant surprise, but I still don't understand it.
I couldn't tell you because the guy from the Tax and Rev, the tax liaison, returned my call and, not call, email, and where he told me to go get the definitions, it's not
It's not
there.
there?
So I'm going to call him, see if he answers the call and see where I could get the definitions of what are those categories.
Yeah.
I remember they used to do the CRS packet. I don't know if they still do that. Maybe the definitions are in there or something, but yeah, it was, I'm not exactly.
It's just all these little bitty things, and I know we watch them everywhere else. We've got to look at that and just see if that's significant at all, but every little bit's gonna help.
Yeah, no problem. We can look at that.
Yeah, we'll look at that fee and whatever we need to do on that, so.
And that's it for utility billing. If you want to go to 210, which is water production, and that starts on the page 100.
Thanks, Judy.
No, there wasn't any flow in Eagle Creek.
Adam and I drove by there yesterday, not a drop.
There's not a drop coming
No.
down.
Like last week, it was a gallon. It went from 4 to 2 to 1, and now nothing.
Yeah, I walked up there, it's sad.
We had a call of some culverts, they're doing some cleaning and
Yeah.
replacing stuff, and we had a resident lives right next door to there complaining about the culverts, so. That's our,
Complaining that,
why are they still there? And they're working,
Yeah.
so.
but they're still leaving the swing set sitting where it was. It's
Well,
crazy.
If it's any consolation, I'm gonna try to do a rain dance, but I'm not gonna
Well-
promise anything.
I hope so,
Frank said it was moving.
That might make it worse. So,
yeah.
We are rebuilding that intake structure right now,
yep,
On
Eagle Creek.
Eagle
Eagle
Creek.
Creek, we're doing that in-house.
Okay.
We're actually putting a Kiwanda box in, so Terry's headlining that or streamlining that, and he's gonna make it really nice.
Excellent,
So when we do get the flow, we'll be able to capture it a lot better, so.
yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen it not have anything.
Right.
Pretty sad.
We did clean out the main stem cell, on 127A right there for the USGS. And once they got digging and, removed several feet, then there was some water, but it's not enough to go over the weir, but, so.
Okay.
All right, Randy Kane, Water Production Manager, Terry Yarborough, Chief Plant Operator. We're Water Production Department 210. We've got 11 FTEs, which we're currently fully staffed.
Nice.
And out of that, we have 3 level 4s, 2 level 3s, which we're trying to get them to level 4s. And let's see, 3 level 2s, and 2 of the new guys, they're going for their level 1 in water, and then they're gonna go for their 2. And they'll be able to pass it with probably no issues. So, our budget, what we did is Karen took a look at everything, and a lot of it is based on actuals. So if we didn't use enough, or if we didn't use it all, then we decreased it. If we needed to increase it, we brought it up, and a lot of them stayed the same. So out of all the items, 9 of them decreased, 10 of them increased, and then 14 were no changes. So what I do is I kind of go in and I look at everything and highlight it, and so I know which ones increased and decreased. We are looking for 2 additional employees for PRV techs, and that was came from the water master plan that SMA put together. They actually called for 3 people, and it's based on 11 11 miles per person of water line. That's kind of how they figure it.
Okay.
And then, so we asked for 2, not 3. And it's basically like starting at $17.50 an hour. So it's not, it actually will help. They'll be checking on the PRVs more consistently. Since we are a unique system, we have a lot of PRVs, high pressure, then, you know, they'll help with that and the booster stations and with plant operations when needed, so. It'll just make us cover it a little bit better. We do have everything on SCADA, which is a godsend, and kudos to Terry, so he did a pretty good job on capturing everything, so that's helped out tremendously.
So in the budget, are those 2 additional? are
Yes.
in your-
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
It's like an,
Look at your
I-
title page.
Yeah,
For RJU, this one, it'll tell you,
okay,
if the new ones are in there or not. And it's gonna be the same at the beginning of every department, presentation. section
I found it, I've seen it.
and
What?
One page ahead of 96.
I'm sorry. Oh, the RJU.
And it'll give how many FTEs are in the department and if there was any new.
Oh, I see now. Okay,
But what she was saying is that's all, everything on this is included in this budget now?
correct.
So if you change it, you gotta take away something or
Right,
whatever, so
yeah.
she's already got it included.
I see where it
Yeah.
shows though, I did, okay. Okay,
And then you're gonna have to have a tour guide, because we're setting you up with the OSE. And we're gonna bring Tanya, the lovely Tanya, not Tanya, Nicole, down so we can show her what it takes to make water.
Sure.
We actually have it scheduled, I believe, for May 14th or 12th.
No, 12th is the metering stations, the 22nd is the actual tour, I think.
I think it's sooner.
So we'll get with you guys so we
Yeah.
can show them all around and everything they'll let us show them.
We'll be doing that also with MED coming up on May 13th through the 16th. So that's going to be a big deal, so.
Yeah. Who else coming for that one?
Well, it's going to be like 23 people from NMED.
Wow.
Originally, they thought Joe Martinez wanted to bring in everybody, which is between 50 and 60. But now it's pretty much narrowed down to 23. And we just had a meeting with Joe, and ERG is the engineering firm that's doing the training. We had that last Friday, so we've solidified everything and kind of putting an agenda together, so.
They're using it for training, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Training is going
Sanitary survey.
it's going to actually be in the morning up until 12, and then they'll break for lunch, and then we'll do everything in the field. That'll
great.
be on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Half a day on Friday is just going to be in training, so. And then what we did is we picked out the critical pieces for them to see.
Yeah, I think the secretaries want to show y'all off, you know.
They,
We've heard them talk about it, you know, a lot.
well, they give us a lot of kudos in that meeting, and I just want to make sure we live up to it, which we will, so, you know.
Great.
So, on the budget, if there's anything that you would like to, the other thing I was gonna mention, that one of the bigger items is we are gonna, we're asking for another truck. We didn't ask for any last year. So we're adding one truck and then a mini excavator. So, and they're both needed. The truck is gonna replace, a truck that gets like 7 to 8 miles a gallon, and it's an old truck, so we're gonna eliminate that, probably sell it in auction, and then get the new one. And then our goal is to give the truck that's got the best gas mileage to the people that actually do the most driving, so.
Okay, makes sense.
And then on projects, 502-210-5306, we just added 55,000. We're going to replace the SC 200 controllers to SC 4500 controllers at Plant 3 and 4. And we've had the SC 200s in there for, gosh.
Since 2017, 2018.
Yeah, so they're kind of up to their final usage, and then we'll upgrade. They're a little expensive, but they're a lot better. And then the 25,000 is going to the outside of the Alto pump house siding, because we did the inside already. We rebuilt that and the guys did a great job on it, so. That's pretty much the highlights of the big things, other than that.
On excavator,
Yeah,
mini excavator, I mean, a lot of them were leasing. Is it better in your department to purchase it? Have y'all looked at
We
that?
think so, it's because, yeah, it's the upfront cost is the downside, but,
Well, and we always, where we got into it was the repair and maintenance.
well, we've got our, skid steer and our backhoe, and we take care of that in-house, and if something goes down, we source it out.
I think, Mayor, in that one, we can look at the total price for the lease.
You want to hand him a microphone?
Oh, yeah.
We can look at the total cost of the purchase price and the lease. And, Randy does, he doesn't use his equipment as much as these guys do, and they do take care of them. But I think after the 5 years, like you said, the maintenance costs, we can kind of compare what it's going to cost to either keep it or buy it.
And that's where we were getting to. Some of these get hammered pretty hard,
Yes, sir.
and yours may not be, so.
But what we have also done is, just recently, we replaced the tires on both the backhoe and the skid steer, and then we took the unit, the skid steer up to Plant 3 and washed and greased everything. And we try to maintain it because, it increases the life of the unit. And Adam's right, we don't use it as much as everybody else, but we do use it quite a bit, mainly for lifting things, and then if we have to move stuff or clear out some areas. But the excavator, what we're looking at is basically, we do a lot of cleaning, in Upper Canyon. We've had Jack Johnson do it. Now, with the mini one, we can do a lot of it in-house. And then that'll cut the cost, so there's some theory behind this.
Is it going to have the rubber tracks?
Yes.
Yes.
That seems to be what everybody's doing. Okay. I'm just curious, what brand is it?
Cat?
Cat?
Yeah, and they do actually have one in stock. Terry got with Eugene, so.
Okay. That's all I had. I was just curious.
Good job,
Anything else, anyone?
both of you.
Other than that, it's pretty straightforward, so.
Well, and we're looking at the PFAS, all that rulings are coming out.
Yep.
And so we've got access, hopefully, to some funding to offset what we'll have to pay.
We have a RFP that's due today, and for legal services for PFAS, so we'll be presenting at the council with an award at the May meeting.
Council
So
voted to go get an attorney. There's funding already set up by 3M and DuPont, billions that have already been put to access it. You have to have your attorney go after it, so we're doing that.
Yeah, a lot of the regulations are changing, so, where I'm working with Andy from NMED, and he's pretty much the PFAS guy that's taken over that, and, we're working real hard and got a pretty good relationship going with him, so.
Yeah.
So,
That's good. And then we got over 7 million from Water Trust Board, which all of our stuff got approved, so there'll be a lot of work coming up.
on, just FYI, on the Alto 5 mil, that's down, and they've already cut the entrance port to it, and so they did that last week.
Have you heard any initial, what it looks like?
Well, it's some of the comments that that Dusty made it's a little bit better than he thought, but it still has some issues. But yeah, knock on wood.
Well, it's like that dentist when he gets in there and he goes, oh, my goodness.
We might have a couple cavities.
I just button it back up and,
So there, hate to say, there'll probably be a change order coming on that. But Terry and I were in there yesterday again, and it's actually, yeah, there's some rough spots, and it did look better than I thought, and it's amazing how big it is on the inside.
wow.
You don't really realize that until you're walking through, but it's pretty big.
Yeah.
The one thing they did find is there's 2 floors. So the last time they
They just built on top.
just laid it over. So that's where part of it might,
back in, 1987,
The year of our Lord.
the floor collapsed in that tank and they poured a new floor.
Wow.
Galvin Hall is the same way.
yep, there was 2 floors in that one.
Wow. Okay.
But looking at the sedimentation, there was hardly anything in there. But we had it cleaned,
The coating's all failing.
yeah. So we do keep up on the tank inspections and.
Well, are there filters before the tanks to pick up
no.
sediment? I mean, is it
Yeah, the plant and,
catches it?
so I mean, pretty much, the water quality coming out of Plant 3 is pretty impressive, so,
Well, it has to be. I know, I see my faucets, over the years,
yeah.
and I could only imagine what the inside looked like.
The only
I know, that's
downside is,
exactly
the hard water.
A lot of that picks up from the infrastructure though, the
Yeah.
older steel piping and whatnot.
Breaking down. Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Trying to help you.
Thank you.
Pardon?
Good job.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Morning, Jackie. Good.
Okay, Mayor, Council, this is for the RJU administration, the Water Resource Department. Same amount of employees, we are down 1 water resource director. Majority of the budget did stay the same. We did add some for legal services and some for some attorney fees. But other than that, the amounts pretty much stayed the same. We did lower a couple of them that we did not use, just to balance out. And then, we did enter a contingency in there, like we did last year, just to help out with it, with any other, the RJU or water production on that.
So does anything we do with water that's legal has to come out of this budget?
It can come out of, SGRT, but we budgeted in here just to make it a little bit cleaner. That way, because you get like the meters and stuff that we're doing for the INI study, it's for
Right.
water, but it's in the wastewater and it kind of looks dirty. So
If you take money out of that,
yeah, you can only use SGRT money for water. So if you just put it in this fund and you're balancing out both of them.
Okay.
Any questions?
And so you're asking for 2 new people?
No, on the, I believe on the Water Resource Department, it's just the same 3. You'll have the Water Resource Director, the Water Resource Manager, and then the Water Resource Specialist.
Okay.
okay, what page are you on? You on 103?
I'm just looking at my actual budget sheet.
Okay, so you're at 4 full-time employees, and you're gonna stick there. That's what I've got here.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was at the wrong one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and you're only 3 right now, right? So
Yes.
we're looking.
1.
Yep. Yep, okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, because I was, okay.
I saw here the Moon Mountain Country Club tank.
The Moon Mountain Rental lease, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh, that, okay.
That's what we pay the state for leasing Moon Mountain
Okay, I didn't know what the tank was.
tank. Well, we have what's the name of the street, Madrid?
Madeira.
Madera.
Dara.
You know that tank?
Yes, I forgot about that
1 acre tract
one.
on there that we
Yes,
pay,
yes, I
separate
forgot
from
about
the
that.
640 acres.
Yes,
Unless you
okay.
guys want to give us money to put a new tank up there, we can do that too.
I thought we just redid that.
We did, but we can do another.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Jackie's asks are pretty easy.
Yeah,
There you go.
We did raise travels and schools up just because we have some new employees and sending them for training and stuff, but like I said, it's pretty straightforward through that department.
Okay.
and on the, just a little question, I was curious, on RJU materials, what is that? Because, last year we had $5,200, and this year we don't have anything in there, so is it something on page 103 about Midway?
The last 5 digits of the account number.
51120.
Yeah, it's 51120.
I don't really, this department really doesn't need the materials.
Okay,
It's more of administrative.
okay. I wonder if maybe we got some new equipment or something last year.
I know last year Ashley did purchase some surveying material for some training that we did.
Okay,
And I think she also purchased those GPS.
The GPS, but that came out of the the capital.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think there was some just field material that they had ordered, but this year I don't think there's really a need for it.
So then that could be something Judy could look at, that line item right there and go, maybe you don't need that in there.
I mean, here and there, you're gonna need some, some small field material here and there, but that's about it.
and you already have your fill vehicles and everything that you need, I just see maintenance, I don't.
No, we have the Tahoe still in that department, and then they have the new Equinox in that
Okay.
department.
On the 21252,000, there was 150,000 for new contracts and tasks. It's on page 103, down at the bottom.
What number was it again? I'm sorry.
It was 21252,000.
Oh,
I was just wondering it.
2001?
Oh, 2001 right above it where it says.
Oh, 2000, I see it.
150,000.
It's probably for the studies, if there's any kind of new studies we have to do, that we can't put in SGRT.
I see. So that amount just kind of stays there until,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
Mayor, council, we also have been working with Sauter Miller on I&I study and working with, on the water rights accounting, so they've been helping us a lot, so we've tasked them to assist us with that, so.
Okay,
We change engineers, and there's some stuff we had tasked Sauter Miller just to help us out with.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I think you're good.
Thanks, Jackie, for all your
Thank you.
hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Adam.
Anybody have any questions?
Marty?
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning, Marty.
Morning.
It was a late night for these gentlemen, the last couple nights.
What, I was gonna ask over at Fire Station 2,
So it looked like it looked like the meter was leaking. The guy started digging it down, found the 6-inch that goes right next to the building right there, and found a collar that was leaking. And it's not it's a slip-on collar, so a collar lead clamp won't work on it, so we had to cut it out. And to shut that water off, there's some valves that were buried and it don't work and everything else, so I ended up having to go up and shut off the world last night.
Yeah.
Personally, I'd like to thank you for a hot shower this morning.
Yes,
And just
Me
touch
too.
base with what's going on over by Citibank Cornerstone,
Okay.
because you'll see some action there.
So there's, as you guys know, you've probably driven by right there next to Cornerstone pulling in Citibank, there's that leak there. That was never accepted by the village when they poured that concrete and everything and they built Citibank. When they built Cornerstone, I actually met with the architect and showed him where the meter was. There's a meter set there for a 2-inch meter in the back of the building. We walked through everything. Well, when it came down to it, they said, well, when are you gonna hook us up? I said, well, your meter's there. They said, no, it needs to be up front. Well, instead of going all the way across DOT right away and getting permits, which they would, they couldn't get, I told them the only other line is the one in Citibank. I said, but that's not ours. I can't give you, I can't give you permission to do it. So they went and got permission from Citibank, hired a contractor to hook them in, and now it's leaking. So, I have talked to Steven from Cornerstone. I've talked to Lane Adams from Citibank. We did get Lane to sign a hold harmless yesterday, and we're trying to get a hold of Steven to sign his part. I did get a call from Alpine Plumbing. He did reach out to him to have them, do the plumbing on it. We told Lane and Steven that we would dig it, but we would not touch the pipe. They're gonna have to hire a plumber to actually touch the pipe because we don't want to be liable for it.
This is the one pulling into the parking lot that I've called you about that's been leaking
Yes,
for
sir.
years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leaking a little bit worse yesterday, so now you see it going down the curb and gutter now down the road, so I think.
I just don't get it in the sense of, if we're the ones, now somebody could say, well, I'm paying for it, but when we're in a water conservative kind of frame of mind, here's something that's been known, it should be, if we had to get lawyers or somebody to go, we're gonna cut you off, how about that?
That's one of the things that I did bring up. I said, well, I can isolate that piece right there and, I'll have to turn the water around, but I could do it, and I just don't wanna touch that line, and we've been bugging Steve, but it's like pulling teeth trying to.
It's been a year
Yes.
since, over a year, I mean, that Adam talked to Stephen about it before, and he didn't seem, but
Well, again, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying, like, somebody else that would say is, hey, here's what we need to do is go in there and go,
oh, absolutely.
we're gonna cut you off.
I mean, if they didn't
wanna
have
play?
water, they might think
That would
twice
be the
about
hand that
it.
gets
I
forced
mean,
in.
that's not, that's not nice, and that's not what we're about, but, I mean, a year, really?
Leaking the whole time.
That's ridiculous.
Do we need to look at wording in an ordinance?
Huh?
Do we need to look at wording in? an
We already have the
ordinance?
tools, we just haven't hammered it.
Oh, we
I
haven't.
didn't realize it was leaking all this time
I didn't
until, there was more water in that pothole that's there. And Lane Adams started calling saying, hey, this is ridiculous, and so I asked, they went back over there and,
Because he had a leak at his meter, because he had a high usage on it, and we spoke to him about that, and he, he didn't care too much, but he,
so we just gotta do it and charge him
Yep.
or cut him off.
yeah.
So if it's does Steve pay Lane, the bank?
No, there's a main line that goes through there, but when they built Citibank, they put the infrastructure in there, and they poured the concrete on top of it and never brought it up to village spec.
Okay.
So there's a letter in the file that the village never, acquired that line. And because if we go cut that concrete, then there's no telling where that leak's gonna be,
Oh, yeah.
under there.
And they all have their own meters, so they're
Yeah.
charged
Okay.
separately.
Okay.
And the water comes in from the street side, or is it coming from the backside?
It comes from the backside. I can feed it from the street side, but we turned it around back in the day to feed it from Alto.
So, and we already have the paperwork ready?
We can never get a hold of Steve, he needs to sign
We
that.
got a hold of Lane yesterday.
Yes,
He's-
Lane's already signed off on it. Just gonna have to have him come over, because that needs to be notarized, so just get him over here and.
Well, I mean, again, I hate to be the one
I
saying it.
know.
I'm not usually that guy, but it's just called,
Yeah, you shut off the water, they'll call.
I think it
That's what I'm
probably
saying.
would. I think given that it's a restaurant, they might be, there might be some incentive, to come get your ass out of bed.
Well, and, yeah. And so if you don't hear back from him, let us know and we'll call, leave him one more message.
That's pretty sad.
Shut it off and he'll be here.
Yep.
He'll be calling Adam
Oh,
immediately.
yeah.
Call me immediately, cuss me out.
You won't be just shutting him off, you'll be shutting off
I can just
that
shut off
whole-
his meter, and then he'll call.
Yeah.
It's still gonna be leaking, yep.
Yeah, it'll still be leaking.
But he'll call as soon as I shut
Oh,
off.
yeah.
Get hold.
That guy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, on ours, on our budget, most of it stayed the same as it was. The only increase we had is we're asking for 2 more people,
Which is in the master plan.
which is in the master plan. Good news is we did fill in a couple of the positions we already had. Samantha went to fill Eddie's position as inspector, and we did, during the job fair, we did hire another warehouse worker. He starts on Monday, so.
Oh, that's great.
And then we did hire another maintenance tech, which filled one of our old positions, so we're asking for 2 more now.
Excellent.
Let me see here. Everything else stayed the same, subscription dues, postage, uniforms,
On
Safety
the uniforms, you're the first ones mentioned it. Did we consolidate all that finally?
we did.
Okay, to one company? Is that working out all right?
For us, it's worked out well. They've been working with us really good.
Okay.
Like now, I know that they're changing the style of pants, so they're offering a different style of pants that the guys wanted, so, those are coming in.
Skinny
here.
jeans or?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
I know these days.
they get wet, so they have Velcro on the sides. They just pull them.
Do you have pictures?
And so but it's working. We're monitoring all the different departments, seeing how they're doing.
About 6 months ago, we had a lot of complaints, so Christy compiled all the complaints, and she met with the guy from the company, and so they fixed them all. And so now I think whenever a department has an issue, they contact Christy, and she takes it direct, and he usually resolves the issue.
Excellent.
in-
What company do we end up with? Mission? Okay.
And I believe they're still working out some discrepancies on some of the statements. The charges are wrong, so they're working through that too. But he's been very responsive every time that she's contacted him.
Okay, that's good here. Thank you.
I mean, our fuel, our shop tools, the safety equipment, we kept the safety equipment kind of high because we've been buying a lot of equipment now for trying to get like a public works first responder team and trailer going. So we have a lot of safety equipment now that we've been purchasing and some others that we've been replacing and stuff, so.
What does that work? What is that?
So what we did is we bought a enclosed trailer a while back, and we've been stocking it with, it has tools, air compressor, lights, throw ropes, life jackets.
So you pull up on a night job, you've got everything there.
Confined space, harnesses,
That's
flashlights,
That's
glow
great.
sticks.
Gloves.
All different types of gloves, safety
Marty-
glasses.
Marty even bought the signs for like the EOC, or if there's a fire or something like that, to shut down roads,
They're-
emergency scene ahead.
They're big
That's
fluorescent pink signs now. They're 48-inch signs. So it says, incident ahead, fire scene ahead. I think it's Emergency Operations Center, just so we can mark everything. Bought those with the stands and everything.
That's
So we
great.
put those
That's a
out
good idea, yeah.
if we have anything like that. We have light plants. We bought some more lights and all kinds of stuff. I mean, the trailer's fully stocked right now. I'm just waiting for a few last minute items to come in and we'll be putting those in the trailer, and that trailer will be ready to go.
Your equipment.
Oh,
Dump truck.
and then the equipment, what we do have in here is, a new backhoe, another backhoe. It's a bigger backhoe that we're trying to get. We did get a new one last year, but,
is the same size that we had, and it doesn't pick up the manholes. It's not strong enough to pick up the manholes, it's not big enough. So we're looking at a bigger backhoe.
When you say a manhole, do you mean the whole thing?
The
Casing.
base, concrete base, yeah, there's a, like a rigging system you have to pick it up with, and like even to unload them off the trucks, it's hard to get.
Wow.
We have to keep on borrowing the street shop's loader to unload, because when they come and bring our supplies, they only give us an hour to unload it, and we're sitting there with two backhoes trying to pick up one manhole.
gosh.
You know.
Is this on your, lease on a 420F backhoe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the next line down, the purchase?
Yes.
Okay, so you're looking to lease,
Lease the backhoe, purchase the dump truck.
got it.
Yeah, and the dump truck is gonna be a bigger dump truck.
Just that.
Than what we have. It's gonna be the
107 at the top.
same like the street shop instead of our little tiny one. Cause that's a lot of trips with that little one, and we're just trying to cut down driving time and, you know.
Sure.
Get more material out or in.
And we did budget for that last year, and we used some of that monies to buy some of the new trucks, after the flooding and fires. But we did have some money in there, so we just replenished that, to get that new dump truck.
What's the 420 Caterpillar
So
backhoe?
that's the one that we already got.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah, so the one that we're looking at now is a 440.
okay.
And then as far as that new Vector truck, I just got a call on yesterday, in fact, they'll be delivering our new truck on the 19th
Wow.
of May. So
Great.
they're gonna be bringing it in on the 19th and doing training with us for the day. And so we'll have that.
And that was last year's budget.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
How long was it taking to get that?
Almost a year.
You're,
Over a year.
Over a year.
It's like 18 months. We've already made payments on it. We haven't even.
Got it, yeah.
I think everything else stayed the same. As far as the projects and construction, that was at 450,000. And that's so that we can redo the manholes on Highway 70 on that project. So we could replace all 26 of them.
Now, we hiring that out?
Yes.
Have we haven't gone out for that or anything yet?
We got some bids before the fire, and then
Yeah.
the fire hit, and we just kind of let it go.
Go, okay.
Yeah, because they'll have to be doing some bypassing, and I believe we're gonna have to be on standby with our Vectors and stuff to help them out with that bypassing. while
So
they're
that'll work out real good. Okay.
The only other one, I think that the training, the school, training in schools, we did raise that up a little bit, just to try to get you guys certified. But other than that, everything's pretty much the same.
so you have a certification for,
The level, you can either do distribution or just regular water.
got it?
It just depends on what the person, their goals are, to where
Okay.
they want to be.
And sewer collections and just regular sewer.
Okay. Great job, Marty. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for all your hard work.
And then the other thing I just wanted to bring up was because you guys were talking about it a while ago, was the auctions.
Yeah.
And, we really need to do an auction. I mean, even if, we don't need the money or whatever, but now that we replace vehicles and equipment, it's taking up a lot of room at our shop. I got like 9 vehicles.
Oh, you have 9?
Uh-huh, yeah.
I know they're gonna get, we needed a list of what everybody has, and, because the hard part is finding the titles. Because we may or may not have all the titles, so I know that's the project that we're working on to make sure that if we're gonna auction, we have the titles ready.
Okay.
And stuff, so within the next couple weeks, somebody will be contacting you to get that started.
Okay, yeah, I know Sam has sent it, and so has Karina, so, and that's been recently,
Yeah,
so, okay.
you and police probably have the most vehicles.
Streets.
Yeah, the street.
Oh, the street has a bunch?
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, we're gonna put a list together of all the items that we can auction.
Okay, and it's just because it's taking a lot of room in our parking lot. We don't know where to
Yeah.
park them anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
And then Mayor and Council and Judy, we've been, Yvonne and I, compare on the insurance that we have on our vehicles to the titles that we have. I think there were a couple that were missing, but we did apply for some lost titles, some duplicates, so we're helping out with that too.
Great.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, guys.
Tell your guys thank you.
I will. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
See what that call is.
Now, where are we?
On 59, page 59.
So this is just SGRT. Right now, the only projects that we have included in the budget are the two that Randy mentioned, the controllers and the siding. The other things that are coming out are the water rights in the budget, and then some debt service that they have to pay. And we've been talking about, you go.
No, go ahead.
I've been telling Adam that anything out of RJU that can fit the description of SGRT, we probably need to run through SGRT, because in the future, sewer's gonna need money, probably from RJU, in order to get some of their projects and stuff that are done. And now that it's gonna be opening up to Water Trust Board, they're not gonna have a way to provide for the match. So we're gonna have to try to save as much RJU money as we can for the matches that we'll be able to use for applying to Water Trust Board for sewer.
So any projects, whether it's GeoBond or Water Trust Board for water, we'll be matching out at SGRT. And then, when the sewer comes along, like I said, we'll have to subsidize that through RJU, for the sewer part of it.
So the sewer is a total different animal than the
Yeah,
okay.
SGRT, GeoBond, and GeoBond can only be used for water infrastructure projects.
Okay.
Sewer has to be subsidized through.
Okay.
And that might be something we wanna, maybe look for in the future, is maybe trying to come up with some kind of source for sewer. Either a portion of GRT or something that's dedicated to sewer to help out.
And usually it's like a 10, through Water Trust Board, usually it's like a 10% match. So, like these last ones we went through, we got 7.2 million for water. So hopefully this next year, depending on what the revenues are for Water Trust Board, we can apply and hopefully get a couple projects and just match it, the 10%.
But with sewer, we need to include Ruidoso Downs with that, right?
No.
No, okay.
This is just not distribution, but your,
Collection lines.
yeah,
Got it.
that come in from Ruidos to the mainland.
Okay.
Would you mind going back to 59? I'm just a little fuzzy, and I'm having one of those days evidently. On the environmental gross receipt, is RECT, what's that stand for?
Gross receipts.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So.
So we get, it's estimated, or is this actual?
Estimated,
Okay.
projected. So if you can recall, about 7 years ago, the treatment plant used to get 50% of the GRT, and then solid waste got 50% of the GRT that was tied to environmental. Back about 7 years ago, they were trying to find a funding source to help fund watershed programs, because they didn't feel that SGRT matched watershed. So what they did is they cut the treatment plant's share of the environmental down to 25, and took the other 25% and put it into SGRT for watershed programs.
Okay,
So that's why you see two different tax lines in this fund. The other line is the pure SGRT, that's the 1%.
okay. All right, I was just trying to remember, because I remember we did a lot of things back then
Yes.
to raise money, and that was same with the airport fund and all
Yes.
that, we stopped that, and so that's where that came from.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just, couldn't remember how that's, okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
On the leases, Ruidosa Properties, is that the irrevocable?
I believe so.
Okay, where does that check go?
I would have to,
Karen sends that one down, I'm
yeah,
not sure exactly where.
I can't remember the name of,
Albuquerque to,
you wanna go
Because the
get it?
track says they never get it.
it goes to the trust that, who owns.
The Miller Trust and,
Miller Trust.
so the guy in
Goes to
Albuquerque.
the attorney who does the Miller Trust.
Okay.
Out in Albuquerque. It's the same
Okay.
one who's had it for
Yep.
years.
Well, now then, the guy that's in charge of it is the attorney. He ended up with almost all of it.
Yeah, yeah,
So I was just wondering, because the track asked me, so.
yeah, it's the same attorney's office that it's been for years and years.
Why did the attorney end up with it?
Because there's so many, he's married into the family, but that there's so many different, what do you call them? They've broken it up so many times that
Yeah,
he manages it, and then he's bought out different ones.
okay.
And so, but the track says when they bought all the stuff from R.D. Hubbard, that's included. And so I said, well, y'all fight about that. He said, well, can you tell me where the check goes?
No, it's always been, the property of the tract was always owned by the Miller.
Miller. But the water rights, they said are stipulated differently, is what they're telling me. So I tell them that's their deal, it's not us. So, okay.
The other thing I want to say is, we've always tried to keep about $2.6 million for water rights. Ever since we
Yeah.
started with talks years ago when we were going to buy CGEMs.
Mm-hmm.
So that money, although you don't see it right here, it'll be in the rollover that comes in July, because it's cash money that we've set aside that we haven't spent, although we did use some to buy Cream Meadows, but I'll replenish it back to the 2.6. That way, in case there's ever any water rights that come up where we have some funds to purchase them from.
Okay. Excellent.
Yep. Watershed? You have anything?
Watershed, I don't think we have any projects new for the watershed, which is
Yeah.
205. They're gonna be all rollovers.
Yeah.
So if you ever wanted to see what projects we currently are running, if you look at the monthly report, that's online, and I think I emailed it to you guys. In the back is capital projects, and it's the first spreadsheet called SGRT. If you look in the first section, you'll see the projects that are in watershed. But if there's no other questions for Adam, then we'll move to the treatment plant, which is the next section.
Thanks, Judy.
Isaac.
Morning, Isaac.
Gentlemen, how are you guys?
Morning, Isaac.
Good, buddy.
So I'm just gonna give you my little spill that I always give every year. We still are the third most stringent permit in the nation, and just to let you guys know, and we still try to meet that permit 365 days a year, 24/7. So, and it costs a lot of money to keep the plant going at that caliber of treatment. So just to throw that out there. I was teaching class last week at a rural water, association, and a lot of MDR plants are going south because they don't have the money to keep their plants up. They don't have money for filters, they don't have money for blowers, so thank you guys for always approving my budget, so thank you.
In
Thanks,
Mayor,
Isaac.
go ahead.
No,
Mayor and council, yesterday at the Water Trust Board hearings, a representative from NMED did talk about there were some wastewater treatment plants that received some funding, but they don't have the staff, so that was their concern, was not having certified staff to operate the wastewater treatment plant, so.
Exactly, or direction. I don't know what the bosses, like, I don't know if they don't know what they're doing, but keep the plants running. A lot of them are just like I say, going south really fast. And it was really sad to hear about it, but that's just the way that it goes. So I'm pretty happy that we keep the plant running. We are doing filter cleans right now as we speak, so, I'm finding that the filters are deteriorating. They're about 13 years old, so I am gonna start decommissioning some of them and, purchasing new ones. And, I'm just gonna smash them down and just get rid of them, cause they just take up so much space, so that's in the future. So, starting next year, we're gonna start buckling down and purchasing them and storing them wherever we can and putting them into operation. As Marty said earlier, everything kind of stayed the same. You want me to go down each and every one? Or?
No.
Everything's the same.
Everyone hear that out there in
And like I already
future
gave my.
land.
But any outliers or things of interest to you, Isaac, we'd be glad
No,
to hear.
like I say, as long as we have the money to keep our spare parts on hand, which we do, our chemicals are always gonna be high because we do add alum about 100 to 200 gallons a day to meet phosphorus. That's just an expense that we have to keep up. We do our, chemical cleans on our facility, so chemicals are just, we're never gonna go down on that. Plant maintenance for high, ticket items such as our Kubota cassettes, we do have money in that line item when we are gonna go out and order some filters on this current, cause it is taking 6 months to get here from Japan. And, no telling if that's ever gonna maybe change. That kinda has me a little bit worried, so that's why I'm gonna start ordering these things
I would.
sooner than later, just because, they do come overseas and, that is one thing we will have to do. We still, have our projects going on, which is our bar screen, which isn't gonna get here until September or October, which is kind of a shame, but, and we might have to be paying a little bit more for that, because it was a FEMA item, and I am getting those, items that you asked for, the cost breakdown. We already got all that. I'm gonna send them to, forgot his name, but I'll send it to him and get that figured out. What's in it? Dennis. Yeah, Dennis. It's funny, he called himself Dennis the Menace. I have him on that. He called himself that. I didn't do it. So,
You talking about Dukes?
Yeah.
and, our course bar screen, our UV station, they're just kind of, taking forever on those plans, but they said they're covered up in work, but they are moving forward and they will be getting to us as we, need them. Other than that, like I say, we're still moving forward, still just trying to get things done. Any questions on anything?
Well, it's probably more a Judy question on the downs, because we hear it every month, it's the JUB. So on their 15% collection, let's make sure we understand the numbers here.
What page?
On 117, because I know you're talking to Mary Castaneda over there all the time, but on, it's 46,401, 03, and 04, Ruidoso Downs 15%. It shows the proposed, you see that? It's quite a jump from the 51,000, and before that we had 134. So can you explain this to me? I'm confused.
I'll try to.
And then,
So-
go ahead.
So they pay us 15%, which is their share, and then they pay us 2 reserves on top of that. They pay us 15% of the 15. So whatever their share is, they pay us 15% as reserve for just a reserve as a contingency.
Okay,
And then they pay us another admin fee.
okay,
So that's what that is. So the 775 is their straight off 15% of all the costs. And then the 116 is 15% of the 15 as the reserve contingency. And then 69,000 is an admin fee that they pay to us.
okay. Do we bill them after the fact? Or they
Yes.
bill them off of, so it's actual?
It's based off of actual.
Okay,
I've
perfect.
already sent both budgets to her on consolidated dispatch and this one. But once we finally approve everything, I'll send her another deal. And then what I'm going to start doing is, and this is going to be after the fact, I'm going to have to figure this out in my own head. But when we're doing a big budget increase, I'm going to have to start sending it to her. Like because I didn't even think about it when the chief came and said I needed to buy this software. Well, I was like, well, we have it, so let's do it. And I didn't think about it
I know.
until the quarter, and then I was like, oh, shoot.
Yeah.
I should have probably sent that to her early. So hopefully between the directors, when they have big budget increases and adjustments, they'll remind me to send it to them.
Yeah.
I just was curious, because they don't, they're, yeah. Okay, so thank you. Any other questions?
Isaac, I just want to say thank you so much. I think we're a success because of your leadership and how you train your guys and how you expect things done. So thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and I put the hammer down, but it's for,
Yeah,
it's
that's-
for a reason though.
That's why they call you Thor. You got the ponytail, you got. So
No,
on the
but you know-
UV stations, when are those, we looking at those?
What's that?
When the UV stations, we've been waiting on those?
Yeah, we're waiting on the plans and it's gonna be simple. It's gonna be a
Is
plug
that
and play.
RMA that we're still?
SMA,
SMA?
I just text Marty on it for a status, so.
Okay,
Okay, and then your, the head works, we got.
September to October on that. And starting possibly next budget, we're gonna have these projects done. I am gonna start, getting that last train into, operation, or at least getting the piping done little by little to get that extra million of treatment. That way we can start draining things that haven't been drained before and, start cleaning them out. And then that'll be my last little hurrah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, unless the old lady makes me stay longer.
The old lady?
The old lady.
Don't you need another bike?
So
Somebody's got to blame things.
so that's 2 years?
3.5.
3.5.
But Isaac, you'll need a new Harley by then.
Yeah, I will. It's almost paid
I'll
off.
have to stay another 3 years to pay for it.
Yeah. Thank you very much, guys.
So I know you're staying up on all the PFAS stuff, and then when we get this funding in or whatever, have they got any kind of, I don't even know what kind of filters that you can use? What are
So
they?
2027, that is gonna maybe go into our permits, so. And we do renew in 2027. Oh, I don't think they're gonna have anything. It's still in the infancy stage. And as far as treating it, I don't know how it's gonna be treated. I think maybe our filters could take it out, but I don't know yet. But they haven't mandated anything on us yet. And like they said, not until 2027, so we still got a full other year.
In Mayor and Council and Isaac, the mayor and I sat on a demo meeting on that, and just your sludge itself has,
Oh, yeah.
moving the sludge to areas where they're, putting it on their farm or whatnot, and the PFAS is also in that, so they're finding ways to what they're gonna do, so it's a lot.
Yeah.
That's
And they'll always find something else.
Yeah,
Kinda
there's always something, so I just know before you get your, riding off the Sunset Bridges on that. you're-
Get it taken care of.
He looks like Fabio with the hair riding off in the sunset. So, but I just know that the way they're pushing this, it's like the next mesothelioma, it's
Oh,
gonna be
It is.
all that, and so the lawyers are all gearing up for it, so, the municipalities usually get hit with something, that's why we're going after this funding.
I think it's kind of ridiculous, but like I said, hopefully, like Ron said, though, it's gonna probably be more in our sludge, not necessarily in the effluent. So, it'll be hauling it off to the landfill, I guess. That's
To
gonna
a
probably
permitted
be-
landfill that can accept it, it's
Yeah,
gonna be.
exactly. You're gonna have to pay higher money. It's all a money thing. You're just gonna have to pay more for disposal,
Okay.
just like everything else.
Have you done any testing for PFAS?
No, I haven't yet, but I was thinking about doing, I'm not sure if our contract lab even does it yet, but I'm sure they're gearing up for that as well. And they'll probably charge a lot of money for it, but I might go ahead and just inquire about it and just get it done.
You just gotta get an idea of what you'll be dealing with in the future.
Yeah,
Because we also need it on the freshwater side, that's, I know that's freshwater for people down the stream, but on ours, with the fires that have been put out over the years,
yeah.
that's where we're expecting it to be picked up in the freshwater that we're taking in. So, okay, all right, thank you, great
Thank
job
you.
as usual.
You guys have a great day.
Isaac, be careful when you knew or should have known anything you do find out.
Yes.
Liability issue. Just fishing I'm not sure is a wise thing, but that's,
Well, he's not fishing, it's already here.
Yeah.
The EPA's already got it passed, Secretary Kenny's already called, said they've got the first stage moving from, and we've asked to find out, does our freshwater have it in it?
right.
And we don't know.
We don't know.
It's something it's sweeping the country, not just the country, but the world, on these forever chemicals made from hydrocarbons
Right.
that nobody's testing, but now then they're everywhere. You know, and so we don't even know what we're getting into in this. We need to know this because we're going after those billions of dollars.
So the parts per million and the levels that would be considered toxic or
So maybe
treatable.
I'll test in May, because I send my samples off for phosphorus and nitrogen. I'll get a hold of them and see if
But
they can do it.
I don't think you have to do it because the attorneys that we've been talking to, that's part of their service.
Oh, okay.
So we'll find out when we get the.
Once we award the, whoever the firm is, and then we'll have a meeting and get that all set up, so.
And I'm sorry, we just set in all these what-ifs, and then they're coming
Yeah.
to roost.
Gotcha.
And I just remembered that's part of one of the attorney's selling points was we will go out and do all the testing. And it takes them like, and there's a deadline of 27 or 28 that you have to have this done to be able to be eligible to get that money. You're a shoe-in if you've got all this to do, and it takes them a year or so to get all the sampling done.
Wow, I was thinking maybe I could just send some samples off and get them done immediately.
Well, you probably could for your edification, but they're gonna go to all the different
Okay.
points
Yes, sir.
and find out just where the contamination is. And I'm hoping that they don't find anything, but we know
If it's
better.
like $50 or $100, maybe I'll just send them a sample.
Yeah.
But I'll find out that information. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Isaac.
Isaac?
And here's an enigma. Are you going to, where are we going to next?
We'll go to streets. Josh is blocking traffic for the accident, so I'll cover for him.
Because the gas tax, we never do, we still don't know what's going on there.
Where'd they have a crash?
On Gavilan Canyon.
What happened?
There was a wreck on Gavilan Canyon. They're blocking traffic, so Josh got stuck over there.
Our guys had a wreck?
He just said it was an accident. He was blocking traffic for.
Okay, because we had a bear mess truck, little bump this morning. So what page are you going to?
This is page 74.
It ought to be 72, maybe?
72? Yes, I'm sorry, yeah.
So revenues are budgeted the same way. They're not very great. So this fund is mostly subsidized by the general fund. So in balancing the general fund, he's affected. So you'll see that there were some pretty big cuts to get the general fund to balance. However, just because we cut the amounts, if he needs anything, like street materials or anything, we'll make sure that we get it to him. But in order to present a balanced budget, we did have to make some cuts, and those were the easiest accounts to cut from, so.
How many people are we lacking?
They're lacking, I believe, he's down two in the street department. And he's not asking for any more this year. So really, I mean, like I said, the budget's pretty flat. Like I said, Judy did make some cuts. The only outlay that he's asking for is the building improvements. There's a sewer line replacement that the bathroom inside the shop, they're gonna have to dig out the concrete and run a new sewer line. And then, AC and heating unit. And then the break room is, back when I was there, we actually redid the break room and made it a little bit bigger for us. And, now they've outgrown it. They had to put a new fridge in it, and, I mean, it's really small, so they're just gonna knock out a wall and move it over, so he put that in there. And then, they asked for, 2 crew cab trucks to replace the 2, old Ford trucks that are barely running anymore. With the Duramax diesels. And then the Freightliner water truck, the water truck we have is a 90s model. And they've welded up the tank and all that stuff so much that it leaks more than you could actually hold water.
I never did see, where's the trucks?
Right under, the capital outlay,
You have to,
Go
so
back
they
to the
didn't,
front.
the department didn't break it out on the budget, so you have to go back to the front of the, which has the summary of everything.
Got it, got
In the front to get all the itemized, outlay requests.
So it was 160,000 for the trucks. It was 20,000 for the sewer line, 15,000 for the AC unit, 15,000 to move the wall, 190,000 for the water truck, and then the building improvements is 50,000. That's the,
Oh, way back.
Way back.
If you go to the way front.
Got it, got it.
And Adam, I think there were 2 computers and a tamper also were included and proposed.
yes.
That sewer line replacement, are you guys doing it?
No, we'll hire a plumber to do it.
Okay.
Because they're gonna have to take out a wall, and there's 2 bathrooms right next to each other, so they'll have to take out that wall and then dig all the way through the building.
And then the building?
The building, I believe, is the hot plant building,
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
the Conex box. It's prefab. So we did get prices and everything on it. They were on a CES contract. Come to find out, their CES contract expired in March. So we're working with them, and hopefully in May, they'll be back on CES. But for right now, I mean, we're just getting the hot plant up and running. That's gonna be a next winter thing. We can put that building in anyway.
So are we still going for the 3/4 ton trucks instead of with the, I don't know, what were you telling me they had a difference in the transmission or the frame?
The payloads on the new 3/4 tons are what the 1 tons used to be. Like
There
my
you go.
truck, those trucks that you drove, that's a 3/4 ton pickup, but the payloads on them are basically what the 1 tons used to be in there. I mean, I can pull inside that truck.
Excuse me.
Give him a Heimlich.
Give him a hand look.
It's happened before.
So actually, his equipment is doing quite well.
Is, yep, they're happy with it.
Because when I first came on the
Night
floor.
and day, it's night and day. Literally, you can't see the daylight through the floorboards anymore.
You could see the ground.
So when will we reflect the co-op money and the MAP money, and when will that?
So I usually don't put the new monies in the thing until I get a signed agreement, because a lot of times they'll tell us we're getting this amount, and then when you actually get the agreement, then it's totally different. So I wait until I get a executed agreement, and then it'll increase revenues and the expense, because the match on that, it usually comes from
In-kind services.
In-kind.
It'd be in-kind services, ditch cleaning, and then our manpower paving, and we do have some aggregates that we throw in there.
In mayor and council, usually, Mayor, you'll receive the letter from the district on if we are awarded the MAP and the co-ops.
I'm talking about the funding we've already, that we need to expand in by June, and,
That
So
one's, go ahead.
and that one's already in the 24-25?
24, 25. And then if we, because I know what, one of them's due in June and then one's due in December. So the one that's due in December will become a rollover in July.
Because we've got 23-24 activity, 340,000, and under 24-25, we got 0 on page 72. So am I reading it wrong? I'm just curious. What I want to know is the map, is it covering Innsbrook?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a co-op that's covering the
That's the
Innsbrook.
co-op.
Yes.
Co-op is Innsbrook.
Black Forest.
MAP is the West White Mountain, all up there. We have 2 co-op projects. We have the Innsbrook, and then we have Flume Canyon.
Okay. Okay. So same thing is that once we have a contract, because we're doing that, aren't we? Both of those, so,
aren't we doing the patching?
That's different, that's all.
Oh,
That's a
I might
different,
have them backwards.
yes.
I'll check it.
Yes,
I'll
the,
check
the
it.
MAP is due June 30th, and that's that one project by Club Gas, Allsups.
Oh,
And then the
behind
other
it.
two co-ops, I did an extension on the one for Innsbrook, which will be December 31st is when that's due, and same with the Black Forest. Those are both due December 31st.
and those are all co-ops?
Yes.
Okay, and then the maps, that is White Mountain, off Wingfield.
No, that's, just West White Mountain, Mustang, Travel Air, all that up there. So Wingfield and all that, that's the patching that Ron has the grant for.
So, but we won't reflect it until,
So I have to go back, because these were, I wasn't sure. I think I have them in the wrong fund. They're in a different
but
fund.
we have the money already. And then we're, okay.
Yeah, I just have to fix it. I think I got confused in
Okay,
where
well,
they're
yeah,
all
I'm
going.
confused sitting here because I can't remember if it's MAP or co-op or,
Yeah, and I did request an extension last summer for the one for the Innsbrook was terminated last June, and I was able to get an extension on that, so.
which they're supposed to start on that Monday, NRCS,
NRCS. Yes,
Wicks, yeah.
yeah,
They'll start on it Monday and they think it'll be 3 weeks or so.
3 weeks they can,
And then
well,
we'll-
and we can start, we need to finish West White Mountain first because that one's due in June. Then we'll jump over to like Metz Drive and Grenoble and all that stuff, so we're out of their way and then just follow them out.
Yeah, and this is all purely selfish because I know here in the next 2-3 weeks, you're gonna have all those people living there.
Yep.
And right now, 9% of them are empty.
And I've talked to the manager.
She's retiring soon.
She, and her replacement the other day.
Oh, good.
And explained to them what we're doing, and she goes, I was actually gonna call you and ask you about that. She goes, because I don't wanna run over a brand new payment, so we're good, we're.
Okay, she needs to put that out in the newsletters. Who's the new one?
Her name is Tracy, I can't remember her last
I
name.
just need to meet her and get them to put that out because I'm getting calls from all their people they're ready, because it's rough. If you haven't been over there, it's rough.
We went and cleaned it up, and then Windstream or Kinetic went back through there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So I just hope it's all good and done so we don't, once we're paved, we're done for a while.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Anybody got anything
You
else?
there, right on time.
You're a day late and a dollar short.
These on this way.
We're done.
You're done?
Yep,
Yeah.
pretty much.
It's the way to do it.
Good morning.
Fashionably late.
Good morning, Josh.
Do we know when the speed bumps, humps, jumps are gonna be over on Meander?
They will be going in really quick. I've had my guys go in. We've got it all marked out. We've got them all cut and everything. So we just gotta order the asphalt and start putting them in.
Should we put those in while Paradise is closed? Or,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it's a highway
well,
through there
I
right
mean,
now.
because that's,
It is.
you come down Gatlin, and you see the cars coming off of Meander because they've been
Right,
turned
because
around.
Paradise is
And that's, I mean, that's where,
I mean, that's the reasoning for them.
yeah, but people are already calling saying, hey, I thought y'all were doing something about this 'cause it's getting worse.
Got it.
Yes, sir. And what we can do, I mean, we can still do it. What we'll do is just set up traffic control on each end, one lane road ahead and do one side at a time.
Please do it on a Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay, Friday morning?
Yeah, 'cause
Yes,
it's,
sir.
'cause that's the only way that's, and they'll go all up and around, and that's what people are doing right now is
Yes, sir.
figuring a way out of it, around it.
Okay. If we do that, then we can have it set up, probably we'll start next Tuesday.
Okay.
If that's okay?
Yeah, make sure we get that to the PIO, that we get that out.
Why on a Tuesday or in?
Well, there's not as much traffic. Yeah, because on the Fridays,
Yeah.
every Friday and Saturday, we've been really busy.
Yeah.
And we've got just the projected, and looking at the GRT and year over year, we're gonna start picking
Oh,
up
yeah.
steam. And the locals go through there, they're the ones that are calling us all the time about streets, so I would hope they'd be more understanding.
I was
They're
cussing
not.
out the street department yesterday, actually MP Travis, because I went down Paradise and couldn't get through.
Yeah, did you call in a complaint?
I should have called the mayor.
I drove all the way down there and it's like, oh yeah,
Yeah, we passed all the signs and.
yeah, just right by 'em.
And we're getting phone calls that there's no sign.
Yeah, I know it.
So we went up to Meacham, I actually called MP, went up to Meacham and put a couple more signs up on Meacham just so as they're going in.
And they almost have to be in the road, so they have to kind of go
Yeah.
around them.
Right.
And
Because.
which they will.
What they do is I followed the truck. And I was on the phone and he stops and he starts backing up and then he backs up and then I look up and it's like, wow, I forgot all about it.
Yes, sir.
And I drove right by them all.
I did the same thing.
So, no matter what we do, we're gonna have it. But I just know that people are finding alternative routes and,
Neander's one of them.
Yeah.
well, they're going back. They're going too far, they're cutting back out, they're coming over, then they're coming down on School,
Yep,
Warrior Drive.
yep.
And they're smoothing, so that's when I talked to the police officers about watching that through there, because people are speeding through the school zones.
Actually, the police have really been.
They've been picking it
stopping.
up, yeah.
So you really think that Paradise and, I keep wanting to say Twilight.
Starlight.
It's gonna take 60 days?
That's it's gotta be done within 60 days.
Okay,
I don't think it'll take that long,
okay.
but that's,
I need to, Mayor and Council, Councilor Letterman, the funding needs to be spent by June 30th, so I'm making sure when we send it off to DFA, because we need to expend those funds down,
Okay.
so.
And Chavez is on it, he's gonna be focused.
Okay.
And we talked to MP, even like during Memorial Day weekend, if they have to, once they get onto the Starlight area, if they have to open it up in the weekend, they'll be able to do that too. So that's kind of the plan in place, so.
Because we're gonna do Paradise first.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I do have the paint put in there. If we can get that through as well, the requisition, after the first of this month, of May, the prices, they said, are gonna jump substantially, because most of their products, they mix it here in the United States, but most of their products come from overseas.
So you're looking at the paint, the striping for Paradise?
for all the streets, all the
For
streets.
all of it.
Okay.
So that we can, because we usually try to get it done before Memorial Day.
Right.
And we have it all in there, we're getting ready to put the striper on the truck right now, because we have it set off, so we're getting ready to put it on.
Why don't you explain to the mayor and council what you all do before Memorial Day weekend on, you guys paint the curbs, why don't you let them know that, so.
Yes, sir, with the paint that we have on order, it usually gets here in about 2 weeks once we order it. But once we get that, we'll go through Sutterth Drive and clean that up, get everything. We try to get all the curbs and everything before Memorial Day weekend, and then try to have all the roads restriped.
So that paint's gonna go up?
Yes.
That's funny, there was a 90-day moratorium put on tariffs except for China, so all this is coming from China?
A lot of it, yes, sir. The stuff, the chemicals and stuff that they mix into it, they do. He called me yesterday and was talking to me about it, and I told him I did have it put in and everything, and he told me just try and get it ordered before the 1st, because after the 1st, the prices are gonna jump substantially.
Did we put that in the budget?
No.
That comes out of our street materials.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure, because I've heard this with gas, with my suppliers, they go up, we got to have a gas tax, $5, $10. And so we keep paying it, and then when diesel and gas drops all the way down, they never take it off until you call and scream. And then you start asking for your money back, and well, there's only 3 suppliers, so which one do you want to tick off? So it's the same with that, you know.
Right, and we use Centerline out of San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
And Richard's real good. He's always been the lowest prices for us. And he's been real good about informing me about anything, so, I mean, even if they do jump, it's probably gonna jump across the board because all the chemicals and stuff come from China for almost everybody to make the paint.
Well, that didn't concern me in the least, you know, maybe we can get some medical drug material sent over with the paint too. So,
There you go.
just, okay, no, I mean, that's, you gotta do what you gotta do. And, but I just, hopefully we get all that worked out beforehand.
And was it you guys that striped the parking lot there at
Mm-hmm.
Center?
Well, Parks and Rec did that?
I'll be sure and tell them things.
What equipment did they use?
They have a little striper.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
They did this one too.
And what we do is, we work with Parks and Recs on that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times, you know, if, whatever paint they need, the yellow, white, blue, or whatever, we usually order it and have it there, and then they'll just come and get it from us, and they stripe the parking lots.
Very good. Anything else?
No, is there any?
Hey, well, you did
Thanks for all
good.
your hard work. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, and the hot plant, hopefully we got the last of the parts ordered. They said they ship them out, and they'll be here pretty quick, so.
And that's for the, everything,
Yes, sir.
including the building?
No, not the building.
So, this is the pipe, the double wall pipe?
This is the double wall pipe and everything. yes,
Okay,
sir.
and we already have the oil?
Yes. We have the heating oil, but we're not, with Holly Frontier, we put that order in before 2 o'clock, and they'll have it to us by 7 o'clock the next morning
Excellent.
for the actual oil itself. So we'll get all that in, we'll get the oil ordered and put in, and start heating the heating oil, because we don't want to burn it out. We got to have something in there to heat so that we don't burn out the new tank.
So what is really left of the original plant? I mean, we keep talking about it's like a 1970 model, but
1968, the whole plant itself. I mean, all the bins, the plant operation, the mixing, all the belts, the silo, I mean, the whole thing's still
We've replaced belts and
Belts.
bearings and stuff like that, but the actual structure of it,
well, we've replaced the computer, the controls, we've replaced the what was the other thing that we,
the heater,
heater?
We did the heater in 2015. We replaced the heater. We got the new tank, but like Adam was saying, the actual structure of the hot plant is still all original.
Okay.
And so we're gonna, that $50,000 building is going over it?
Yep. No, that,
it's going in this place. There's a building there, there's a little shack there, that's getting taken out, this building's going in this place.
And that's the control room that you go
Okay.
into with all the electronics and
Okay.
everything. And we
Right now,
try.
right now you push a button and do this, and you run out the doors.
Just ask Ryan.
Did your guys help replace the culvert on White Mountain and at the Links?
Yes, they did that.
Thank you. It looks really nice. Appreciate it.
White Mountain.
Right in front of
across
Fire
the-
Station two.
Oh, yeah.
The
it was.
culvert was awful.
I poked a bunch of holes over there.
That's what I was afraid of, is that somebody would walk on it and fall through, or an animal. It was awful.
And then you're getting ready to do some other stuff over there with HESCO's.
Yes, so, yeah, they're gonna, working with NRCS, here on White Mountain Drive, where the creek kind of runs, where it turns on White Mountain, they're gonna put some HESCO's there and divert the water through the golf course itself and keep it off the schools and those houses right there on G.H. Stillman. And then up there where we fix those holes in the jogging path, they're gonna put HESCO's across Shaw Lane where the Jersey Bears are now.
Oh,
They're
good.
gonna put HESCO's coming all the way across Shaw Lane. They're gonna divert Shaw Lane over in kind of where those holes were. a little bit
Yes.
up. And that way, it keeps the water in the golf course.
Just so you know, because she's usually calling,
Oh, I know.
but he's already got her fixed up.
Okay, because she's got everything. She's got all kinds of stuff
Okay.
laying there.
Thank
so-
you.
Yeah, I think that's going to be great.
Anything else?
Thank you. Tell your guys thanks.
I will.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Up and away.
Morning, Lee.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you all today?
Good.
I want lots of money.
Anybody have any questions first?
I guess if we just hit the capital outlay to start with, the building, 6,000.
The, which one is that?
503, capital outlay, building for 6,000.
Keep going. You want to talk about that way?
Oh, the, equipment vehicles?
6,000, I think, was supposed to be in maintenance,
I don't know, I'm just looking at the
We're
capital
looking at
outlay.
capital out,
because it's not, oh, you, okay.
capital outlay, 6,000, and skid steer with attachments.
So I thought the 6,000 was a misnomer, so we took it out and then we left in the skidster.
Okay, so I see where you took it back out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was supposed to be in maintenance.
Okay, so you want to know about the skid steer with attachments?
Okay. So right now, we do not have, we've got a loader out there that's probably, early 80s. It's, really too big to do a lot of the stuff we need to do. On our, infields, we have to maintain what the FAA considers our inventory, which are lights, our signs, our, pavement edging. And I would like to get a skid loader to be able to get in between the lights and around the lights and signs to, maintain the grade. So we'll take millings and put them in there to keep all of our edges at the proper level.
Okay,
And then now going to your FTEs, you got 8 employees? Or positions?
There's 7 right now, and I'm asking for 2 temporary positions for summer to help maintain the grounds, mowing and custodial, building maintenance, stuff like that during the summer months when we're at our busiest time, so that the full-time guys can concentrate on service and fuel of aircraft.
okay, we had it in and now it's taken out on the temps.
If you would like to put it back in, we can.
Okay, so right now it's not in the budget. Okay, so you're looking for a couple of guys to help mow and,
Yes, sir. General maintenance, grounds maintenance mainly, and then, like I said, custodial and some facilities maintenance that they can do.
okay, like what kind of maintenance are you talking about in the facilities?
Mainly just helping keep up with anything that needs to be fixed on buildings or stuff like that. But the biggest part of it's going to be mowing and groundskeeping.
Okay,
Like I say, I'm asking for just temporary for probably June through September.
yeah, what we're looking at though, we'll have to put that 14 grand back in somewhere and she's telling us we have to take it away from somewhere. So we're just trying to think through that right now.
I'll find a place.
Okay, on the sunshades, the aircraft sunshade rents, That's on your, that's just projected revenue?
Yes.
Okay. How are we maintaining, you know, the auto shades over there, the covered parking? How do we maintain those? Have we done anything to those?
We haven't, when I first got here, some of the roof panels had blown off. And I got those replaced. Well, in this last heavy wind event we had, the first panel got tore up again. So I do need to get somebody in there to replace that panel and try to do something different. When they originally built, they didn't put edging on them. So it's just the metal just out
Yeah,
there
it's just
flopping
there.
in the wind, so.
Is that, you know, I don't know if that's covered on our inventory with self-insurers, but we need to look at that, and maybe we get somebody to go out there with Lee to look at an assessment, because I've looked at it, and if we don't fix it, the more wind we have, the more it's gonna get tore up.
Yes, sir.
And
Mayor and council, one of the things that, so we just talked to the designers yesterday for the terminal building. Incorporated into that is going to be covered parking, so it'll also give us an idea of any new
and
possibilities.
that could happen pretty quick.
Yep, so we should
Y'all
see a
y'all seen that
turnaround on
yet?
that.
Oh, you're gonna be so excited.
So we should.
Maybe
we
at
should-
lunchtime, we'll have a show. Get Michael to do the presentation. It's gonna be so cool.
Alrighty. But in that, the design, I think we're gonna see what a new covered parking lot would look like, and it'll give us an idea of what we can tweak over there to help stop those issues.
Okay, there's just been some money opening up federally,
I was gonna ask.
so we jumped on it as quick as we could, so.
So the current auto shades, I don't know that it'll take a whole lot to just get the repairs done, because eventually, if we get what we're going after, they'll go away. And that will no longer be a parking lot over there. So I'll just have to get with, there's an outfit out of Alamogordo that came and did it last time
Okay.
that Will Green got a hold of for me when I first got here. So I'll get them to look at it and see what it costs to replace that end panel and at least get some edging on that west end, because that's the end that usually gets tore up the worst.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Have we reinstated all the fees that, remember
The tie-down fees,
yeah, all of that? Have
we did, there's one we eliminated. What was it? The landing fee, the tie-down fee, and what was the other one? What fees do we currently have right now, Lee?
We are charging ramp fees and tie-down fees,
Okay.
so.
No landing fee? Unless you're
No
a
landing
jet?
fees.
Even if you're a jet?
Yeah, we're not charging landing fees. So our ramp fees, we have done pretty good since they started in October. I think it's October 15th is when we started those. And to date, we've made approximately $10,000 off our ramp fees and tie-down fees altogether, so.
Do airports, do they have a landing fee? Do most?
Some do.
Some do.
Is that something that we don't want to look at?
Well, a lot of it is, we would waive those, I guess, for the locals that have hangars or whatever. And then it would be the ones that are just flying in on,
So
Mainly for the chartered
a
flights.
lot of your bigger airports will have landing fees. So they'll have an FBO, which is the field base of operations. That's where they get their fuel and stuff. We have our own FBO. We run it. So on these bigger airports that have an FBO, a portion of their ramp is leased to that FBO. So that FBO charges ramp fees for their portion of the ramp. So what the airport does is charges landing fees. They're towered, So they know every plane that comes in, and they can just take care of it like that.
And that's used, hopefully, we're banking that in R&R, repair replacement to continue, because we don't know if we're going to be able to count on grants forever to redo things.
Yeah.
So that'll be something and it's not in this budget now, but we'd made those changes. And then the fuel, we've gone back to monitoring the fuel and doing it different than we were when we had that board.
Yeah, right now, we're doing it the way we changed it up.
A year ago.
Yeah, a year ago. So what I do is once a week, I'll go in and I'll look at our Hunter low lead. That was the main one in question. So I'll go in and I'll get the lowest price in the region, the highest price in the region. I'll take an average of those two, add 5%, and that's what our fuel prices are. And right now, our Hunter low lead price is $6.08 a gallon. So the highest one is, Carlsbad is $6.99. And I can't remember what the one is, it's $5.70. So
But we're still looking at what we are at the time purchasing and paying for.
correct. Whenever we get a load of fuel in, I do go back and check that against what we paid for that load of fuel. And right now, we're looking at, I believe the markup right now is $1.42 a gallon on our Hunter low lead. So we're doing pretty good with it. It's, sometimes it's a little lower than what a standard markup is on Hunter low lead. Other times, like right now, it's a little higher than what a standard is.
Does that fuel pay for maintenance on the pumps and everything? Or do we have to do that still?
We take care of our own pumps, all of our pump stuff.
Do we have any idea what the expenses are that we've had over the last quarter or year? To see if we're if we're losing money on that? I just always thought that Avfuel, if their tanks and we're exclusive with them, that they had other services they provided.
Well, we own the tanks, we own the trucks.
But the pumps, we own too.
Yes, sir, we own everything.
And I thought we had an Avfuel truck.
The truck that we have from Avfuel was
Loaner?
purchase lease, and it was paid off a few years ago.
Okay.
So, since we redid our contract with Avfuel, it came up for RFP, we brought Avfuel back. And last year at the budget, I was looking at leasing a truck through them. And I didn't end up doing it because we were so close to the end of our contract. And Avfuel does not like to lease a truck if they're not your provider. So we waited until the new RFP and we signed it with them again. So now I will get a hold of them and we will start a lease option on another truck. And then the 3,000 gallon truck that we have currently, I'm gonna put it in auction.
Okay. Is there any other providers of those fuel trucks?
There's a few out there. There's one that I've dealt with in the past. And, I mean, they got nice trucks. What do you want to know about them?
Well, what I want to know, you just put yourself in a box with Avfuel. You know, unless we get the contract, we don't want to lease you a truck. So are they significantly better, cheaper? What? I mean, why are we waiting on Avfuel? If they're not providing us anything, they used to provide at least hats and T-shirts until we said you can't do that anymore. But I was just wondering, what do they provide? They provide the fuel. They don't do anything on the pumps. So is their truck going to be a cheaper lease?
The truck is going to be about $33,000 to $40,000 a year. Excuse me. for
That's the lease on it?
Yes, sir. The other company that I've dealt with in the past, they don't really do leases. They're more like purchase. And a Jet A truck, 5,000 gallon, at that time was about 150,000, I think is what we gave for it. So now it could be
Wait, how long ago was that you said?
That was 3 years ago.
Okay, and what was the figure you just gave me, $300,000 to $400,000 on the lease?
No, 30 to 40,000.
30 to 40,000, so roughly a third or,
We can buy a truck outright, but after visiting with Michael about it and everything, we feel like it'd be better to lease a truck, we can do a 5-year lease on it.
with the full wrap, they take care of everything?
We take care of the maintenance on it. Because we're so far from anywhere. I mean, if it has a pump go out, or if it has some major issues, then we can get a hold of Avfuel and they'll help us take care of it. But, normal, maintenance on it, we take care of. Oil changes, stuff like that, hoses, which the
What's the
hoses.
advantage?
Mayor and council, so one of the things that we took into account was with the changes that we're making, and if they occur, we wouldn't want to really jump into a new truck for the next couple of years, because if we buy a brand-new truck now and it's undersized, we would have to buy a new truck right at the beginning of what's happening, and the lifespan of these trucks are, I mean, they can be.
Well, we've had some that's 30 years old.
Yeah, they can be significant, so we want to make sure we're right-sizing whatever we have out there, and we figured it'd be easier, faster, and better to get a new truck leased to us so that we could use it for the next 3 years and figure out what we had to do, and then by that time, the budget should be able to sustain a new truck.
So we're looking at, we've got a 5,000 gallon truck and we're looking at another 5,000 gallon. And that's just our Jet A.
Okay. What's the availability of it? Don't know?
Last time I talked to him, it sounded like it could be a fairly quick turnaround. But I haven't talked to him yet. I was gonna wait until after I got done with this and didn't hit him up with it.
Okay.
And Mayor and Council and Lee, and we're also looking at possibility of moving the fuel farm into the
Yeah.
airport property, so that's gonna make some difference there too, so.
Correct.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you, Lee.
Thanks, Lee, appreciate it.
Judy, I know that Lee had a skid steer on there. Spoke to Jane, and if we can, we have some funding left over from the taxiway and the project. If there's any available funds there, we may do a change of scope on that and may be able to purchase that with that grant fund, so. Just ahead, just a. So. Oh, right, so, just a.
You might want to wait to purchase the skidster and make the order until you find out that, because sometimes if
Morning.
purchase is before the grant execution date, they won't allow it.
We just need to reconcile and see if there's not any expenses on that, and then we'll do a repurpose on it. I think we'll have a balance. And then we should be, but I think it's close to 200,000 anyway, so. So.
Thank you. Morning, Jerry, morning, Robin.
Quick question before you get started, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
You bet.
I saw one of your grapple trucks going up White Mountain Meadows this morning with a bear mess behind. Were they going to pick up that hot tub? Or have you, I figured that's what they're doing, but
Yep, teamwork.
thank you. Perfect.
We get the grapple now to,
Yeah, put it in there.
pick
Perfect.
up the heavy, big stuff. Just,
And he was gonna pick up on Willie Horton while he was there.
Congratulations on your new hire
thank you.
that left. Y'all got a new employee from Parks Department?
We also hired in another one.
Oh, great. Good.
That was the talk of the morning.
Yeah, was it? Excellent.
Brand new,
Excellent. Brand new person?
yeah.
Yeah.
Green.
First day driving.
Oh, you mean like he's 16 years old?
Oh, no.
Okay. We already had one of them, didn't we? Good. And then I know we had an accident this morning.
That's him, brand
Oh,
new. First day driving.
okay.
Was it wasn't bad?
So no, it wasn't
backed into
bad.
something.
The driver of the other vehicle even
Admitted. to
admitted
taking-
that he pulled up there pretty close.
Yep.
We got strobes on, flashers on, signs on and they have those big Tommy lifts. So you can't look in your rearview mirror, and he couldn't see him in the mirrors.
Oh, he's too close.
Even though
right there.
Jessica, the guy that was training him, she looked and she didn't see anything.
Oh, she was in the car with him?
Oh, my gosh,
And the
dadgum.
guy admitted that he'd pulled up there and we
Wow.
have the signs on there, stay back 20 foot and,
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, read it.
Or not.
Yeah, well, I hate it that he got that
He
done.
felt pretty bad.
We just need to have all those statements in place whenever we receive the tort notice, so just a heads up.
Okay, great.
Mayor, councilors, pretty much the raise, increases for the CPIs, of course, like we always do. Of course, we added money in there for dumpsters. My CAT equipment will be the biggest, increase for this year, because my agreements will be coming up for my loader and backhoe.
Okay, one of the questions that we had during the internal finance committee meeting, we had $50 for a dumpster. Were they $500? How much is a dumpster?
Oh, they're almost 700.
Almost 700. Okay, because we had a figure in there of, I forgot you were buying a cajillion dumpsters, and I said, well, if they're that cheap, we'll buy them and resell them. I mean, so they're 700.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
almost 700.
Okay.
That's counting what it costs to get them here.
Get 'em here. Okay, so do we make that change, Judy? Okay. Yeah, we were going over in the internal finance committee, and it was like, wait a minute, sounds way too cheap. Okay, thank you.
Although they haven't gone up too much in the last 3 years.
Well, that's what I was asking. If they're that cheap, why aren't we even fixing them?
Oh, we fix a bunch.
Yeah, I know, but in that budget, we had $50 a piece is what they cost us new.
That's not right.
So that can't be right. Okay, thank you.
To buy a bottom for them is about $50. We can
That's still
buy-
cheap, I guess.
We can buy bottoms for them. Yeah, but the labor to cut them out and
Yep.
weld all that all the way around, you'll go through a half a roll of wire. I mean, the labor's just kills you.
Okay,
But, and then we'll be doing our, dumpster trailer we've had on there for 2 years. They're telling us to probably have time to do it this year, though. So that's a rollover. And then we want to, try to do 4 new Bear Mess trucks this year with the Tommy lifts and dump beds like we did back in 2012.
And I think I'm gonna answer my own question, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
bet.
I know some places, like in ambulances, they buy the chassis and then the box can be moved from different ones. Can those stake beds be moved, or is it just vehicle specific?
Right now, they're already rusted in about
Not worth it?
Not
You've already
worth
done
it.
that deal.
We did that a few years, when our old 3 Dodges, we moved some of them beds over. Now the whole front's gone on them.
Got it, yeah, got it, okay,
Yeah, they're pretty well used up, all the way around.
figured.
Is this like the one that you used for Parks and Rec? They ended up getting one similar?
That was an old 3 Dodge.
Okay.
That one had a Tommy lift, but no dump bed.
Oh, he just had a Tommy lift.
They load it once out, whatever they're loading, and then go to the transfer station and dump it.
Dump it. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, because I feel sorry for those guys because a lot of that stuff is very heavy.
It is.
And we expect, it took 3 or 4 people to throw it over by the dumpster, and then our guy has
So-
to figure out how to get it up in his truck.
Now, like we was, just while ago, like we was talking about. Now we've changed it to where the big grapple truck will just go grab, if it's too much for a person. Wasn't like that years ago, but now we've changed it up a little bit.
What are you saying, that we don't make people like we used to? Or is that what you're saying?
Are we being recorded?
Yep, yes.
Well, but that, to me, that's a safety issue as well. For their
Yeah, we don't want no
backs and-
injuries or nothing.
Yeah,
You
no.
know, but years ago, you know, we had a guy, years ago, I mean, this is back, way back, early 2000s. We had a guy get his hand caught in the Tommy lift, shutting it, trying to hold a deer leg in there. And, you know, he went on with his route. Didn't even,
I know.
wow, that hurt.
Well, now then, you can't do that. So,
They'll leave a mark.
Yeah, that's gonna leave
on
a
the
mark.
bear mast, is it just manned by one person?
No, we got 4.
In a truck?
Oh,
When
one
you send-
person in
One
a truck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is, instead of sending out a couch, I helped one guy put a couch in there not too long ago, that he was wiggling it over there. It wasn't a heavy couch, it was a cheapo, but,
So they're not gonna call for that.
I know, but, so, we don't have two people that do that? If they were heavier?
One person.
And if they just drive by, and if it looks like it's too much, then they just go by and put it on a list, you send out a grapple
So
truck.
the guy that does that grapple route, the bear mask guy is matched up with him.
Okay,
They'll pick a day to pick up some of that
Okay,
heavy stuff that guy has already let the grapple truck guy know.
Okay.
Like later in the week or something, they'll pick a day and just go grab it all.
Usually it's on Fridays.
because you're getting ready with everybody coming back town, buying, bringing new stuff. They're gonna load this stuff up, and have we ever prosecuted anybody for illegal dumping that you know of?
They can be found.
Well, the county does. They get them on camera and they got their truck license plate. Your good friend Jerry got popped on it.
What do you mean by illegal dumping?
You're not supposed to dump refrigerators. You know, and people, I've seen them and
Oh, yeah.
caught them where I pull up and she jumps out of her side, he jumps up and runs around, they throw the refrigerator out by
That
the
we're not-
dumpster and then they leave, you know?
Well, part of it too is if you've got, say you're a county resident and you're coming into the village.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big one.
Versus
We get
Yeah.
a lot from the
that
county.
one, or a contractor dumping as much as they can in a dumpster.
Lily Horton.
And Willie Horton, you've had that, over by, what is that road, Alpine Village, going back there, there was a big dump site going on, you had one right over here,
Well, Meander.
yeah, Meanders, another one.
We'll clean up Meander even over the weekend, Monday morning. They'll come through Gavelin, go on
Yeah.
Meander and
Yeah,
dump.
And go.
White Mountain Elementary.
What they do is
School
the other one,
behind
they
there.
put a camera out there.
We're gonna just start putting signs, smile, you're on camera
Yeah,
next to
something to
dumpsters.
slow them down.
White Mountain Elementary.
We've had them
Back
done.
behind the school, oh my gosh, the other day, there were 5 mattresses.
They'll dump on top of the pole holding the sign on there. Oh, illegal dumping, just to show they,
I just wish we could catch someone once in a while. Okay. 'Cause that's a lot of work for those guys.
is.
That's amazing. Is there any other community that does this?
we
Oh, I
didn't,
mean, everyone I know, when I talk to them, it's just part of life is what they tell
we
me.
didn't do it in Cloudcroft and Alamogordo back in the day. We never did nothing like that.
Tom's just amazed. He
You
can't
mean you
believe
didn't do nothing like what?
Pick
Bear
up.
mass,
Oh, you didn't have that set up?
not in waste management.
So what happened? How
Our
did they
trucks
pick
went
it
to
up?
Cloudcroft and dumped the dumpsters, and if there was stuff by it, they just put it on top of it or whatever. They didn't worry about it. That wasn't our deal.
No, the bear mess is an amazing thing.
Yes, it
I
is,
mean,
very much.
I would hate to ever see that go away.
And it's
'cause
more
it keeps
people
things
mess than it
cleaned
is
up.
bear
Well,
mess.
absolutely, but just the ability to get that stuff picked up, having come from another community that doesn't have that,
And we use them for a lot of, like if the grapples are having to be out in the road too long, we use them for a lot
Blocking
of
traffic and all
traffic
that, yep.
control and stuff like that too.
absolutely.
Because we have this conversation every year about
I
water
know.
heaters, mattresses,
I
and
know.
And technically, according to our guidelines, that is stuff that we do pick up.
a water heater.
Yeah, we just ask they call it in,
Yep.
which nobody does.
The white goods,
Because we put it in the recycling and it goes to Green Tree.
Do we get anything back from Green Tree on that, Jerry?
no, but we don't have to pay for the roll-off.
Yeah.
Whatever money they make is what they make off of it.
The only thing we pay for is tires.
And we ain't even been billed for that.
We just got one not too long ago.
Oh, really? We
Yeah,
did,
it was
huh?
almost $1,000.
Actually did.
Okay.
Well, it's amazing, so thank you very much.
And so is that a gasoline Dodge?
These are, we're not doing Duramaxes, diesels this year. I don't want to mess with the DEF and all that. I just don't. And really, the Duramaxes have been good. They really have. But all that we have to mess with today, I don't want nothing to do with it.
Okay.
That's why I've kind of waited on my contracts for my equipment, because my equipment now, I don't have to put the DEF or nothing. And now when I update, because they want me to, I'm gonna have to.
What are you, pardon me, what are you doing on the building?
What building?
Am I not in the right place?
I don't know.
80,000?
What page are you on?
Yeah, you look at
Oh,
the
that's
capital
the
outlay.
transfer
Oh,
station.
capital outlay.
That's the transfer station. So like I did the transfer station a few years back, we insulated, we had the spray insulation done. Now I want to do the container shop.
Okay.
That was on our plan, well, no, it was on our, we brought to y'all.
Your goals,
Yeah.
strategic
Yeah,
planning, there you
yeah.
go.
Strategic planning. It's really helped in, at the transfer station, saving on the heating and stuff.
Yeah.
We don't just heat that to heat it, we have to heat it to keep the power washer from freezing. Any questions?
When are you expecting Dick's new grapple trucks?
So, two of them, they're looking for us to have one in June, one in August, and then the last three will be towards November, December.
Oh my gosh, how many grapple trucks will we?
Five, what the deal is, we got enough money and then some more money than four, and we had to add a little money to get five, so that worked out real
But
good.
you already got one new one, didn't you?
Yeah.
I've seen it, because it's got that lower cab front
Yeah.
design.
And these will probably be the same.
These all, they're just what they have,
Yeah.
are
Sure.
building. They'll work.
Perfect.
Okay, any other questions?
I don't have any.
Thank you so
Okay,
much for
thank you,
all
guys.
y'all do. Tell your guys thank you.
Like Isaac said, we always appreciate y'all. You do a lot to help us keep our equipment nice, and, it helps us be able to do our job. Y'all's always good about that. Appreciate y'all.
Well,
Takes a village.
Yes, it does.
Can't do your work if you don't have the tools.
Exactly.
That's right. See y'all.
All right,
Thanks
thank
a
you.
lot. Have a good day.
All right.
Yay.
Oh, Dick.
Morning. Hi Kathy, Dick.
How's it going?
Good.
Good.
Hello, Dick.
Mayor, council,
Let her rip.
okay, our budget's really pretty similar to what it was last year. We have requested 3 new technicians, and again, Kathy's trainee before she retires. And think most of that is in the proposed column on our budget. And that comes with 3 additional pickups. And one of the big things that would bottleneck everything if we don't get it is the computer system that we need to make us more efficient. A lot of things we do now are not very efficient.
Do we ever come up, you talking about software? Do we ever get that all handled on?
Mayor and council, we're looking at our existing software, working with them and seeing about being trained on it correctly and the implementation. So we're working on that as we speak, so.
We also have a committee reviewing others just in case it doesn't work out.
Okay.
One thing that we did do was, under classification 520 on contractual service, we actually, this year, we had 275,000 in that. We reduced it to 50,000. And the reason we did that was because the ICIP, we have 500,000 from last year, and I understand we're getting another 750,000. So I got $1.2 million, so I really don't need any of what you gave me from either. I don't remember whether it came from our general fund or whether it came from the yard waste.
Everybody catch that?
Yes.
He's got a lot of money.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me.
I got more money than maybe I can use.
Dick.
Place to be.
I've actually been doing a survey of village properties, and we've worked hard at that over the last years. Our village properties are really in pretty good shape. And just to answer your question, that lot that you were asking me about is not village property. It's a private property.
Okay.
And I know the municipal court's been working hard on it too. On your pickups, what kind are they?
That would be just half-ton or Ranger type pickups for the technicians to use.
Okay.
What does it take, if I may, what is it, if you hired these 2 new inspectors, basically it's just OJT, learning the ordinances and how to go out and enforce what they're supposed to do? There's not any certifications or levels or anything?
No, there's some education. Most of the ones we'll hire will be, will need to have some fire training and some of those kind of things, just so they get a better idea of what we're trying to do.
They know what
But
to
for the
look
most
for.
part, they'll be on-job training.
Yeah.
They'll go out with our current techs and learn what they do.
Okay.
So do you have any techs that are fixing to retire?
Eric's eligible in, I think, 2 years.
Oh, okay.
So we have a little bit of training time there that we can do that. Right now, our bottle work is the inefficiency of getting letters out, making sure we get the notifications to the public, and those kind of things.
And is that the software?
Yes.
But with the upgrade to the system, it should be significantly fixed with what the,
Is that through
Count-
Tyler?
no, the county. So we had to upgrade our current system because we weren't on the county's assessor's current system. And they said that that should fix a lot of what our internal operations are doing.
Right, because what I need is some kind of a tickler system that tells me when you're coming out of compliance.
Yep.
Right now, I just have to hunt and peck.
And those are the things we're looking for in the new
I have to get
system.
somebody to send me a list, and then I just have to go through them. That's what bottlenecks it is, because I have to go through each property to see if it's still owned by the same person, if it's a renter or a
Yeah.
homeowner. And that's where the biggest issue is in our department. is
Does the software say, okay, so we do it every 5 years or every 10 years? 10. So does it
So we're
say,
talking about going to 5
Right.
for insurance requirements, so it's
Yeah.
going to double.
Well, there's some things we need to think about going to 5, and one of the things is our contractors are having the same trouble hiring people that we have. And so to go to twice as many certifications a year, that workforce is going to have to get bigger.
Yeah.
And the other thing that we could use your help in getting a stiffer penalty for being out of compliance. And we also need to get a more aggressive clean and lean or something that, so when people that just refuse to get out of compliance, we can go
Well,
do
the
that.
judge has already told me 100 times, all you gotta do is give them a ticket. It's $500 a day. We don't have to clean and lean, but because clean and lean takes a little time. But the judge told me that they're getting into compliance. They're not. I mean, I don't know how much stiffer you want to get.
Here we go is if I don't have identifying factors when I send them to court, they're just dismissed. And we have a lot of properties on Tyler that don't have the identifying factors.
Like, okay, what are you
Driver's
talking?
license and birth date, okay?
So they can
Then-
say,
So the judge isn't going off of who owns the property?
Yes,
Why does he need their driver's license?
because he has to prove that you own that property.
All you gotta do is just slap it on there, and we'll put a clean, then you send Bobby out there and we do it. We have this discussion every damn year.
I don't know, because he will, if there's no identifying factors, he will dismiss them if they don't show up for court. Because he can't, on his end of it, I don't know.
We'll have that discussion. That makes a whole lot of no sense to
And
me.
then if you have a business,
Mhm.
and I don't have a person for that business, I can't send that business to court. Because you can't send an inanimate object to court, you have to have a person to send to court.
A business is an entity. You sue businesses all the time, so
But you have to have-
bullshit.
You have to have that person's name.
That's not hard to get.
You have to have, it's just like, the furtherance of this is if you went to a warrant. I can't write a warrant, I can't, as an officer, I can't enforce any action against just Lynn Crawford, no date of birth. So I'm assuming that's what they're
We're
going
talking
on.
about property.
Right,
so
but who owns the property?
If you
and
can't
having
do
the
it, then it goes
identifier.
automatically to clean and lean, and we jump right to, they go down there and we start assessing the property.
What, Mayor and Council, so one of the issues that this is addressing is if we upgrade our system internally, we should get a lot of the information back from the assessor's office. However, the identifying information that Kathy is mentioning is not in the assessor's files. And so if it gets submitted, which is why we're looking at clean and lean rather than a $500 a day ticket, because right now what we're working with is if it goes to court and those identifiers are not there, she's exactly right, it gets dismissed. And so we could have 40 a month going to.
The property is owned by Joe Blow. No, it's not. It's owned by a corporation. Who owns the corporation?
So unfortunately, the documentation that we have that comes from the assessor's office isn't complete. And so the process that is currently being used in court is if all of the identifiers are not there, they do get dismissed. And so that's why we have made the strong suggestion that we would move to clean and lean, even though it's a longer process. We know that that process works, and so we can start moving towards that system a little bit better.
and then it takes.
So how do you
it
collect taxes?
Yeah, the treasurer's office would have all that
I mean, that's what
information when
I'm
they get
saying.
the bill for
This
taxes.
is all baloney. Somebody ain't doing their job. Is it the county? Who's not, doesn't have, when you send out a tax bill, okay, you know who you're dealing with. So what's the problem? If it's an entity, we have those all the time. We have trusts. Then you assess the trust. You go, who's in charge of the trust? You go after that person.
Right.
So
That's what
I,
we're saying. We have a trust, but I don't know who the trustee is.
It's not identified.
I have a corporation, but I don't know who is the president or the.
so you just stop? You don't call anybody?
I fight. and-
What are your resources to find out?
I just go online, but you can't get birthdays and driver's license. I can go on to
So you don't use the treasurer's office?
I use the state of New Mexico, but.
And they don't have it?
They have the name and the address.
I would contact Lincoln County. Are you talking to the treasurer, to the county treasurer?
No, when I look for a corporation, I go to it's a website. you
Right,
can go to.
Secretary of State's office.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. But they would have that information also if they're paying taxes on that property.
That's what I don't understand.
I don't know, I've never, they don't have that. I've
They
never
don't have
seen
the
them.
identifiers.
No, I've never seen them.
So how do they collect past due taxes?
They may have that information, but they may not give that information to me.
If we don't ask, we don't know.
Right, but I didn't, because it's not on anything that I've ever seen from the county records. I can ask.
Because this answers a lot of questions of, why aren't you doing something about that property over there? And then we think we are. And then 6 months later, they go, why aren't you doing anything about that property?
I mean, it's not like for 20 years, that's the way it's been done.
Well, it's been
And
wrong for 20 years. If
I've
we
worked
can't
my
find
ass off
out
to try to
who
get-
owns it,
I've-
they can give you a ticket on a vehicle. I know that we can't, if it's illegally parked or whatever, we go to the responsible party. If it's in the commission of a crime and we didn't see you and we don't have your driver's license, that's a different deal. But this is a static piece of property. And we still don't know who owns it. Am I the only one that seems that
We know who owns it.
yeah, but you don't do nothing about it.
We do. I send them to court. I try.
And
to
he don't
process.
do nothing about it.
And then if it gets to a certain point,
I bet if Judge Parter, his turn will be up before long, we'll ask him. Because he has answers every time I ask about them.
but
We'll
that's
find
what I
out.
have been told since Mike Line, all the way to Judge Potter. If I don't have identifying factors, they will not prosecute them into a warrant. So now, that's not like I haven't asked.
Mayor, what we'll do is we'll show you the documentation that's provided when it's submitted, and I think we can ask the judge on the number of cases that are dismissed based on the lack of identifiers, and we can show you the reports that are pulled from the auditors, or excuse me, from the assessor's office to show the documentation that's provided and why we're having the back and forth.
Because I do know people are looking at property right now. They've called, got all the information. They call me, wanting to know what the process is going through the village planning and zoning, so I'm talking to them. And they're getting a discount because in the few phone calls, they went with the county, they found out who owned it, the contact information, they've reached out to them. They know they have a tax lien. So that's the way to start the conversation. You have a $40,000 tax lien that's 3 years old, what are you gonna do about it? Would you like to sell the
I can find
property?
information on them too. I just can't find driver's license and birth dates.
We're getting into the weeds. I want to pull back.
Well, that's the whole point.
But-
We've been here year after year, and we're still here.
So, which is why we recommended changing the process and going to the clean and lean instead of sending them to court. What we can do is I can visit with you offline and show you the documentation that we're talking about, and what is happening in the
Because the
court
bigger question
process.
here, Michael, is people can't get insurance on their homes. Okay, so we're trying to be more progressive with the insurance companies because that's what they're wanting. So if we go to 5 years, we don't have enough people, but why go to anybody else when we can't prosecute all these ones that are out there right now? So we need to focus on that issue first before we do anything, because I've got a whole list of people that are looking for insurance. And they're getting told they can't have it.
And Mayor, I think with the new process of just going straight to a clean and lean rather than doing the court system, will actually,
I say do them at the same time.
okay.
I mean, just scattergun, just because it's the same ones, you know who they are, that aren't coming into compliance. You go ahead and turn them over to clean and lean and start that process. Because I thought we had already got through this.
Are the clean and lean also just to clean around your property, not just businesses?
Yeah.
The clean and lean is for anybody that I send a letter to who says, I'm not doing it. Okay, well, we'll do it, now we're gonna lien your property.
Yep.
Yeah, because us assessing $4 extra on their water bill is not gonna
Oh, no, that's what
produce
they tell,
them.
that's a lot of people
That's
tell me.
ridiculous.
If it's only a $10 difference, I don't wanna clean my lot.
Yeah, because I want the trees.
And I'm like, you're gonna get a letter, well, I'll wait till I get my letter.
The thing about it is it's when the rest of us are cleaning our properties, and then we have one person that says, I want these trees. That could hurt my property.
Oh, yeah, and
Sure.
that's what we're running into right now, is lots of people can't get insurance because These people won't do what they need to, or they've done it, but they don't maintain it.
Get it,
So
yeah.
they get their 10-year certificate, and then they just let things grow back.
And a very similar, not the same, is the people haven't cleaned their property after the fire.
Yep.
They've gotten the insurance money,
Exactly.
and I've called them, well, I'll deal with it later. And it's, well, the PPDR program's about to end.
Yes, sir.
And so who's gonna be dealing with it? The neighbors, the people downstream, down the hill.
See, we sent a bunch of letters to Thunderbird Heights. Here's this information, here's a free program here. Have I heard from any of them?
No, and we do the same thing. I mean, I drive around the weekends, have the addresses.
Yeah.
I give them to John Moon or King Industries, and they come up and some of them, they found that they did fill out forms. They just haven't been able to get to them, or they're now in the floodplain or
Yeah.
floodway, and they don't, all of that. But it's the same thing, that these things need to be just moved over to clean and lean.
And so, once the PPDR program stops with this component, our next goal was to transition to clean and liens on all the properties that weren't clean, which is the same thing that we're doing with forestry. Those properties will now transition over to clean and lien rather than having 40 submitted to court every year. We'll start filing them with clean and lien.
Well, I mean, when the judge tells me he's got over like 400 of these things he's dealing with, how many of those are dismissed? How much of your time's being wasted?
Exactly.
You know, I don't understand why we're tiddlywinking.
That's part of the inefficiency I talk about. As far as Thunderbird Heights, I got an email this morning that said one of the owners, at least from Thunderbird Heights, had made an application to the state to have that cleaned up. And the reason we sent that letter in the first place wasn't because Thunderbird Heights sets up above Brady Canyon, and it's a major source of water that comes down. So we sent and asked them, would they please apply for that program so we could get some water enhancement things to slow down the water flow and things. So at least one of them did it. One of the things that you probably know about, you signed the paper, that we have 135 acres in Eagle Creek that we've also applied to that. So that's probably another $300,000 project, and we're on the list to do that. So that'll happen sometime not too far future. But there are a lot of things going on, and the insurance thing is, some of the insurance companies are, well, I'll just say from my fire experience, some of them are way overdoing to what really needs to be done to protect homes. And we have some that, we just did an $80,000 project on Moon Mountain, made a fuel break that was 3 times as wide as what is recommended to protect those homes. And one of the insurance companies just dropped one of the properties that's adjacent to that. And so there's some things that need to be worked out with the insurance companies and whatever, and requiring the lot next door to extend their property in order to insure your house. I don't know how that goes through the courts and things, but it seems like to me that's a little overkill.
Well, the court process, it's an ordinance. We're not talking about for the next door neighbor to get insurance. It's about you keeping your property clean. That's what we're focused on. The other part, we can't, that's where we're dealing with the insurance, OSI and all those other people to try to get some consensus. But I do know June, because that's when they moved that, the governor mandated that for another year. June's going to be terrible because people are already getting notices that they're not going to be renewed in June.
Right.
And it's.
That's this person next to Moon Mountain.
So anyway, all these things we've been talking about, we're working on. The bottlenecks right now are the computer system, the inefficiencies we have with getting the letters out and those kind of things. The other thing is that those people that don't things, we either need more of a hammer that makes them hurt so they'll clean their property or do the clean and lean. And clean and lean, the way I understand it right now, is fairly inefficient. If we had a more efficient for clean and lean where we could just
It just
go do
takes
it.
a long time.
And sure, right now, we've got, like I say, $1.2 million. We can do a lot of that in the next year or so. One of the other things that I've done to try to speed that up is I applied for a $4.6 million cost share program. And from the same grant that we got the grapple trucks in. If we get that, and that $4.6 million project is primarily for cost share with no match, geared towards the south end of Ruidoso, because that's our most vulnerable spot right now for fire. And so if we get that, that'll be a heck of an incentive to get some of the larger projects like in Camelot
Yeah.
that we haven't been able to do for a while. And so it's been kind of like a hamster cage since COVID came. But we got a lot of things in the making, and one of the things I did when we were figured on going to a 5-year, we could also go to an 8-year if we don't have to go for insurance. 8-year, we probably need 2 new technicians to do instead of the 3 new technicians. But we still, hopefully we can get the computer system where it'll be more efficient to do that. I don't think we mentioned it yet, but we did apply, or in this proposal, we applied for the trainee for Kathy.
Yeah,
make
we
sure
saw
they're up to
6
speed.
months.
Yeah.
And do you think that's necessary, 6 months?
Probably
internship
less,
for
but by the
6
time
months,
we
it's-
advertise and things, it'll really be closer to 3 months probably. But there's lots of moving parts to what Kathy does. So it's not something that's going to be learned overnight, but
It'll probably be 4 months.
But I mean, you're talking about 6 months from the time we advertise it, time you vet, time you hire, time you,
Because are you leaving in December, the end of December? Because, it's not just the work, it's the knowledge and the experience, and, that's being there for the person to say, or for you to say, okay, in this situation, what would you do? It helps if you're still sitting there.
And they're gonna be, if we get computer programs and stuff, we'll both be learning it together, but it's just a weird little,
well, no, and I mean, we do, every department, we have this,
Yeah.
somebody that's got all this knowledge retires or quits or
yeah.
whatever, and then we got to figure out what do we do in the interim. So, yeah, it's nothing new if we find the right person. But I thought we had already crossed this bridge because I talked to the judge about it, how these things are being handled, moving through, and I see the ones that are cleared, that we're moving forward. I didn't realize we were still having a big middle finger stuck in your face.
Oh,
We
yeah,
have
I
had
get 'em all the
some-
time. 'Cause
It's not right.
I'm trying to get caught up on all of the ones that have never been done. I'm going back and I'm just working my petition out to get.
And so
that.
we haven't changed the ordinance, the fees, and we need to. The reason we didn't last time is because we were advised not to just yet because of other stuff in the
We actually
ether with,
changed the fees?
well,
We did change the fees.
well, not all of them. Fines is what I meant.
Oh,
Because you said the fine was baloney, and the fee is baloney. You said it's $5 or whatever if it's not.
Right, it's $5 if you're in compliance and it's only $15 if you're out of compliance. And that $10 difference, people are like,
No, we need to change that, but we were advised on fines not to change them because the administrative office of the courts has been trying to do away with municipal courts. So we need to go ahead and change it because I know a guy was rolling coal. Does anybody know what rolling coal means?
I don't.
When you run your diesel truck down through Midtown and you hammer it and it just blows
Oh, yeah.
black soot everywhere?
Oh, yeah.
And then you giggle as you drive off. Well, they finally ticketed a guy. You know how much the ticket was?
$25.
Close, $19. And he just laughed at me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the last time he's gonna be laughing. I didn't realize that was how cheap it was.
Yeah.
And so and make them punitive so that they get their attention. And so I don't know what our speeding fines are anymore, but we're asking our police officers to get a hold of these because we get complaints all the time
Oh, I know.
on speeding. And so again, if you're not in compliance, there needs to be a fine assessed that the
Yes.
judge can make it worth your attention. And he was telling me it's $500 a day. It can be.
That's what I heard it was too, but I don't know how that all worked. but we never have done it. But it's $500 a day for every day you're not in compliance.
Mhm.
But I've never been showed the process of how to continue.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
To do that.
Okay. Yeah, that would help y'all out tremendously.
I have one last question. Dick, are we going to, like, areas, I mean, to a specific area and do all of the properties in that area? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we changed that to when their certification expired. So we went to that, which means they're all over town now
know.
instead of one area.
It used to be by subdivision, and then we were trying to catch up with out of compliance.
Yeah,
Because if I go to
okay.
this subdivision and half of them do it this way and half of them.
I know.
Yeah, because that's where I'm at now is in Ponderosa Heights. Half of it was a 5-year, half of it was a 10-year.
Yeah. Okay.
But if we could just get a tickler system,
Yeah.
I don't know how you keep up with
I
them.
don't know.
It's gonna be,
You don't.
it's gonna be a progression, you know, there's so many loose ends right now with insurance and with all the things. It'll take us a little while to work through it, but we will get through it.
Well, we appreciate all that you do. Yep. Very much.
Okay,
all right.
thank you, guys.
We appreciate you guys' help. And from the mayor's attitude, I hope we get something done.
Well, that's why, because we're always talking about this, and when I ask the judge, monthly, and he's got bunches of them in there that they're making progress, and we've talked about clean and lean, and he said, no, you send them to me because we got the $500 a day fine. Well, that'd get my attention real quick. And then, I know there's not a big difference on your monthly water bill, but if we made that important enough, that would motivate it right there. That'd be a big motivator. But yeah, I mean, I didn't know she has to go through every day and see which one's expiring. That's got to be tedious.
Yeah, I agree.
A lot of properties.
Yeah.
The mayor and council, one of the things they're reviewing is trying to figure out that tickler system in multiple ways. It's not just for what their operations are, a work order system, it's actually for contracts, agreements, RFPs. There's gonna be a significant thing that we're trying to do on that.
How are you doing your contracts, Jenny? Do you have a tickler system for those? Or do you just having to eyeball every one of them?
I eyeball it. I have a spreadsheet and I sort it by day, or by month.
So we just had a conversation with Jenny and her team on the exact same thing. And moving towards either upgrading the current system, or if the current system doesn't work for us, going out for a true document management system that will do all of that, from not only just doing the tickler system, but identifying how to do deliverables for contracts, agreements, MOU, all of that stuff.
Yeah, wow. So did we get the liquor license still? Did they responded to you on that?
I just got an email a few minutes ago that those fees were waived.
Okay.
And I have one more typo to fix and they'll be renewed.
Okay, excellent. For her example, with what she had, and she had a certificate showing that it hadn't even expired yet, that they sent us, but actually we hadn't paid it. And so they were going to buy us $3,500, $5,000.
Oh.
Yeah, and so she got a hold of them, got that worked out, but there's so many different things that I thought we had her system, so we didn't have
I
contracts.
thought we did too.
Because that was one of the issues that we had expired contracts,
Yes,
remember?
Absolutely.
Well, I review them at the end of each month. I review the list and then I take the ones that are 30 to 60 days out and I work on those and.
And imagine doing that with 7,000 properties.
Right.
Yeah.
Or more. Wow, that's a headache. Yeah, okay. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you guys?
Good.
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Excellent. You?
Doing well.
Okay, awesome.
Got the fire out
What
yesterday.
page are we on? I lost my.
Fire out quick. Yes, ma'am.
What page are we on? I've lost my.
25.
25?
Yeah,
Well-
but it'll be,
Fire.
Huh?
you should see a fire head sheet.
It's way back here.
Flip over. to
What's the page number?
Go to
It-
126
it's-
and a few after that, and you'll be there.
order, it's by department. So where are you there?
I'm on Fourth Street.
So keep on going.
Okay,
One more.
yeah.
One more. Right
There
there.
you go.
Yes, bada boom, bada boom.
Closed it and lost my place.
So, okay, Chief, so we're totally, you've got 30 people and we don't need any more? Oh, look at you.
To become NFPA compliant with 1710, we need more. But I don't know that we can afford more.
That's every department in America. When you start going into staffing a truck, an engine, whatever, it calls for X, and we ain't never been at X.
Does that affect our ISO?
It does, but it's not gonna affect us, we're not gonna lose with what we have right now, we'll still be able to stay at 2.
Okay. So we have 30 firefighters? Do we have 30 people?
We have 27 firefighters and 2 chiefs and then an office manager.
Got it, okay.
And you had how many people apply for that one position?
We had a lot apply, we had 7 show up to test for it.
That's one, I
And they hired them,
We
yeah.
had like 13 actually put in for it, so it's good.
yeah, that's wonderful.
And then we're looking at 2 intern positions as well for the summer. So they'll learn.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay, and so you got all your bunker gear that you,
I'm sorry.
I was gonna see if you want to share that with the whole room.
Oh, I was just saying.
It's okay.
Highlight some of the accounts that changed.
Yeah, that, and, but you did all, when you were coming in on that apartment, you were talking about all the new bunker gear and everything, that's what the 15 reflects?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the 15 bunker gears to finish out what we didn't finish this year.
Okay,
And then some of our office supplies and stuff have gone up with being fully staffed and then prices going up, so those went up a little bit as well.
okay. Okay, go ahead and what Judy said.
That was what Judy was talking about, just to highlight some of the
Yep.
areas that have gone up a little bit.
Can you, on your firefighter protection fund, you can't get workout equipment out of that?
No, but I can look for grants for it.
The one in the LEPF, we could still use it, I think.
Yeah, we have to use it on buildings and vehicles, stuff like that.
Did I hear something, Chief, that are we going to be able to get those two new fire trucks?
So right now, tomorrow, we'll talk about the Type 6s, the wildland fire trucks. And we should be able to get those just fine with the carryover from last fiscal year's fire fund. And then we're still looking into a loan for the big trucks.
Okay, so the big trucks are the ones that were 300,000 each more.
From that company, but I've got another company.
Oh, okay. The four-wheel drive? Oh,
No.
no.
We want to consider anything that's not four-wheel drive?
Yes, sir. For that kind of price, we're not gonna be able to get, it goes higher and higher from every other person.
And that's where you go with the top 6 when you're in four-wheel drive care?
Go with the smaller trucks, and then we'll just keep chaining like we've done in the past. That's gonna be the only feasible way that we can get past that.
Even when you're out, like, to fire a forest fire, when we do we send our trucks out?
That's Type 6.
Yeah, the bigger trucks are gonna be stuck in town doing structural protection and stuff like that, so they'll have roads.
But
that
the
are gonna
Type
be-
6 will have four-wheel drive?
Those trucks will all be four-wheel
Yeah,
drive.
okay. Because I was going to say it might be hard to get them around in the forest and
Right. We
with
have
all
that
getting
one that we
stuff.
built 3 years ago, that truck that we have in the
Okay.
Upper Canyon, and they're not gonna, we built that truck for $550,000. They went upside down with that. They said that
Yeah.
it would be 800, now they're 1.1 million a truck. So,
But you're running that one out of Station 1, aren't you?
3.
Oh, it did go back into 3?
We had engine 1 was down.
Ah,
So that's why we had to get it over to Station 1.
Got it.
We're also looking into the upgrading Station 1. We see that with the, so we have a big giant carport underneath there that we can utilize, if we just do a little bit of modification to it, which I say a little bit of modification, the price is pretty significant. But to heat it and put garage doors on it to house our Type 6s, it's gonna be around $100,000.
Yeah.
But that helps us because we were doing the renovations to Station 2, and now we can't do anything to Station 2 because it's in the floodway or plain floodplain.
Chief, how many quotes did you get on that Fire Station 1?
I got 3 quotes, but we need to,
You have to do an, yes, we have
Yes,
to do
sir.
an IFB, but who was the one that gave you the $100,000 one?
I can't remember what the company was, but the owner of the, or the name that on the thing was Richard Ford.
Oh, really?
It
Okay.
was,
Down in the down,
but the guy that came inspected, I don't know what his name was.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to do an IFB on it,
Oh,
but
for sure.
so
We were
the
just trying to
wage
get,
rates and all that.
yeah, we were trying to get an idea about how much it would cost so we could put it in the budget.
Once you hit the wage rate, that's where it's gonna, a lot of them don't add it on there. Over the 60,000, so.
Right.
Okay.
so is the news, I was listening to you talk on the radio the other day, and we're gonna do something at White Mountain, Wingfield Park.
Wingfield Park, Cedar
Yes,
Street.
yes, we just actually got, I had the state fire marshal come up and he, went around to all of our buildings. He approved everything we have currently and allowed us to add, the old street shop, I believe it was, over there off of Wingfield and Center. And so that's gonna be our new Station 5. So right now, they just approved it for a substation. We have to go in there and put some garage doors in it and redo the metal and stuff like that. And then when we, in the future, build on to where we can make it a main station.
And Mayor and Council, just a quick update. I think it's worth mentioning, there was some significant issues that have been going on back and forth with the State Fire Marshal's office. And Chief definitely stepped up and knocked it out of the park in dealing with what they had to do, the inspections, addressing the issues, fixing it, and then getting us more money. So I think that was a huge win for the village because Chief tackled that really well.
Yeah, beautiful. So, you know, we were talking about one of these days, maybe closing Center right there. Would that be a big deal with could the fire trucks, if we close Center, could they leave the station?
We should be able to come through the parking lot behind,
And that might help with the people worried about,
Response time?
yes,
well, it's also gonna help us with so right now we're limited to our aerial apparatus. We need an aerial on the north side of town, and we need aerial over in Midtown, of course, and some spots in the Upper Canyon. So whenever we got our, plot, how they set it up for our response districts for ISO, they say we need another aerial truck, which is $2 million truck on the north side of town. So how I got that approved over, by Center Street, by moving the aerial over there, it's gonna be able to respond faster to Lincoln Towers and everything over here and hit Midtown faster.
So you have, what type of truck is that that'll fit in there? It's a structure,
Yeah, it's a big ladder truck.
you know, so it will fit in that building?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, excellent. I guess I haven't been in that building. They got
pretty big.
offices and everything?
It had a office in there, it had a conference room.
Oh, that's a different one. That's the white one on the front.
Oh,
That was the
okay.
Parks and Rec building.
Okay.
This is the one it's just a big.
Sits in the
wide
back area, and it butts right up to, it's really close to the rack.
Very close, probably 10 feet from it.
Yeah, it's,
Oh,
it's way back there.
okay, I
There's
was
a
thinking
tower
of
in there
that.
too.
Yes.
Right?
So what are we gonna have to do to that building? Does it need, showers and stuff like that?
To make it a main station, yes. To make it a substation, no. To make it a substation, I just have to make it housed, heated, water, and put a truck in it. So that's why we started that way, so we could actually afford, and then we can progress in the future, making it, it doesn't have to be manned to be a main station. But to be a main station, you're looking at a significant amount of money that you're getting from the state versus a substation. But we didn't have the time to put it on this year's fiscal year to make it a main station.
So being a substation, it doesn't have to be manned?
No, sir, does not have to be manned.
So you would run over, get the truck, and then,
Correct. We could have, and that's why we still have to do the all-call system, or we have guys that we can, have at our other stations possibly roll over there.
Yeah.
It's not optimal, but we make it work.
But it still will qualify?
Yes, sir.
And Mayor and Council, at some point, so we actively changed the CDBG DR funding request to include this upgrade in the main station and the 2 trucks that may or may not get funded. If we do get those funds back, there may have to be a component at some point in budget where you look to possibly hire more staff to actually meet the needs of staffing that and making it a main station. Just so you know that if we do get those grant funds and they can be applicable to that, we would have to look at personnel costs.
What about the matching funds for those grants? You have an idea what?
There's no matching fund for that grant component.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good move.
Yeah,
Okay.
like that. What about the extrication equipment?
Oh, okay. The extrication equipment our stuff is just old and getting obsolete. It's hydraulic systems that they start cracking and wearing out, and just to replace them, well, actually, there's no replacing the hydraulic system. Everything's going to hydraulics. So there's
It's what?
it's electric. So it's got hydraulic components inside, but it's run by a battery. So that's why it's so expensive. But those are extrication, that means cutting people out of car wrecks, stuff like that. Jaws of life.
Right.
So the jaws of life now, they're,
LED, or it sounds like maybe they're lithium.
That's
Are
what
they-
the batteries will be.
but the ones we have now, what are they? Gas? You said they're hydraulic, you have them hooked up to,
There's a big power head, a big gasoline power head that runs, and they got cords hydraulic lines that run to the tool, where this is just a tool with the battery on it.
like the ones that were stolen somewhere, that were used on the safe over here? They said those were portable. What were those?
Those were the beginning types of the hydraulics, yes, sir.
Okay.
Apparently, they're very handy.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no kidding. So 100,000 for that stuff?
Yes, sir, to outfit the trucks.
So each truck would have something that they could,
Each district.
oh,
So,
each
yes.
district,
Yeah, 'cause
okay.
that would just be 3 trucks,
Okay,
or 4 trucks.
okay.
And then the 60,000 on the command vehicle, tires, repairs, maintenance. How many vehicles is that?
Oh, that is,
What's, when you say command vehicles?
so the command vehicles are the smaller vehicles. They're not the big fire trucks. They're the 3/4-ton pickup trucks.
Like yours and
Yes, sir.
the DCs, the deputy, the assistant?
Yes, sir, his, and then we have, the same thing for our 300, our captains and lieutenants, whenever they go on an assignment, there's 2 more of those. So we have 2 travel vehicles, which are little trailblazers, those are included in all that, and then all of our generators that run the stations, trailers, UTVs, those pickup trucks, all of it, that's our boat, that's all included.
There's a lot of fleet in there, a
Correct.
lot of stuff. Okay, gotcha. And would you explain the definition, just what it's used for on the travel for 30 employees, the 40 grand?
That's just for the classes that we send the guys to if they have, like the Swift Waters, the EMT classes, all their.
For
fire
hotel
classes.
and all this stuff, yeah.
Yes, sir. They have several licensures that they have to keep maintained throughout the year that we have to send them on. It's like the refresher that's going on right here at the convention center. We have several of those we have to attend that aren't local, but I try to keep them local.
Okay. Anything else?
Really appreciate your hard work, Chief. All your guys, and always get compliments on the fire department.
I hope so. Trying to do high standards.
So what do we got to do, Chief, to get moving on Fire Station 1?
For the
The doors, we'll go out for our quote, and so,
Invitation for bid, so.
So we'll start that.
so that 100 grand was a swag by Ford.
We had a couple there, we were right about that same price. We thought that'd be a good
That
start.
didn't disqualify them from bidding on it?
No.
Okay.
Do you have a scope of work or any type of, do we need to get?
Do we need to have an
signed?
architect or?
We need to get an architect to make sure everything's,
I don't think we need an architect, but we do need a scope of work and everything to make.
I
make
bet
sure
you they're engineered too, don't you imagine? Because the state will look at it and they may do engineering drawings on small things.
Okay.
yeah, the state
That
will
can't
be.
be easy.
Yeah, because I don't know, it's just 2 garage doors that they're adding in them, because it's already got the structure, but I'll look into all that.
And that's all it is just the garage doors?
2 garage doors and 2 heaters to be put inside there, that's it. And they're big garage doors, of course, but they're,
Yeah,
Insulated.
Yeah.
so yeah, I don't know if we need to, I don't think we need any kind of frame. I know we don't need any structural stuff because it's all concrete. Hopefully it stays there. I'll check in to make sure, to verify.
ventilation and things like that.
That's all.
You don't need to, you don't need any of that if you have the door shut and the vehicle's on or anything like that?
We won't, I guess that's one of the standards that they have for the big bays where there's living quarters, but this is not attached to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would check on that, just see what all we need so we can move forward and,
We will. And then the other thing that we'll have to do is Station 3, a carport on the side of that, where it's gonna come out of fire fund and everything, but that keeps us in compliance with the main station.
what side of Station 3 is that gonna be on?
It's gonna have to be on the east side of it.
Okay.
I gotta make sure that we have enough room.
So what are you gonna call, okay, this is the substation, what's this right here, substation?
That's a memorial, that's Tom Jones Memorial.
Okay, but it's got a truck in it.
Yes, sir. And that's a substation, but that's what its name is.
Okay, substation, so the one on Center Street will be similar to this, but bigger.
Correct, and then if we put 3 companies in there, which means 3 different types of vehicles, living quarters, and all of that, we can turn that into a main station. And we can turn it into an unmanned main station as well. So that brings our funds
So
up.
what station are you gonna call that, 4,
5.
5? Where's 4?
4 is at the street shop.
Okay. Gotcha. Any other questions? All right, thanks, chief.
Thanks, Chief. Morning.
All right,
Good morning.
Good
you
morning.
made a quick trip.
Yes, multiple quick trips.
Yeah,
A lot
they-
of turn and burns.
They requested him, and so he was approved to leave, and he got down there, and they said, thank you.
Yep.
I can't-
Easiest money we probably ever got made.
I can't believe you're allowing Eric to go off. We don't want anybody getting him.
Well, it's.
It's just
one of them-
helping our neighbors.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those deals that they request help, and so,
That's very nice.
Went up there,
Appreciate
just kind of seed the lay of the land or see what was going on. And they were like, all right, you want some chicken fried steak? And I was like, sure, take some. And then,
Was that for the Bosque?
yes, the Bosque Fire in Valencia County, 3 homes destroyed, and then about 600 residents displaced overnight.
cause?
So quick, the cause still under investigation.
Homeless.
And that's why we hear about all of them. Do we have any off of, the ones that we've had in town that were, we didn't know if they were electrical, like Thunderbird on Main Street?
It was electrical. I mean,
Well, I was told probable, but I've never, that's the problem I'm having with all these. We have no official word from the investigation from the state, and I'd just like to get, like we have on the South Fork or the Salt, we're having to ask through FOIAs for that. And these other fires, I was just curious if it's,
There was, I think the only determined one that we got was the electrical one off of, I think it was Grove. The rest of them they all went undetermined. And that's how they'll leave them, they'll just leave them undetermined and.
see, like the one on Jack Little,
oh, yeah.
our house burnt down, and there's all kinds
Cocopelli
of.
fire.
Huh?
Even the Cocopelli fire that happened,
2001.
25 years ago.
That, there's no ever determining factors or even an official report put out by the fire marshal,
And they'll give an official report, they'll just tell you it's undetermined.
and that's it.
And that's official.
That's it, that's official.
Speaking of the curio shop down there, is anything, are they on any timeline to get that fixed?
Well, when I actually have you talked to him since? I mean, I just called the owner, because I had some people that were looking, you know, and he said he's got it, working with the insurance to get it fixed, and all they did was put some stuff over the windows.
Yeah, because I get asked a lot about what happened and
I know,
are they gonna
that's-
build back, and I'm like, I don't know.
As far as we know, that was a electrical fire.
Overloaded circuit.
A heater.
Probably. So we need to put that on our to-do list, see if we can reach back out.
Yeah.
Alex, that'd be a good one for you to find out about Thunderbird, the owner, get a hold of that. I got his number from somebody that knows, next door, Dean Fowler, and them, because they bought that parking lot from him. So if you don't need some contact information,
I've got it too on our report, so I've
Okay.
got all the information.
we'll call him, find out. So if we can get him motivated, start fixing it, because.
And we've been gathering some information on that based on the question we got from.
Because he moves slow, you know, it took forever to get it painted. So,
All right. So with the emergency management budget, it has increased quite a bit this year. That's due to multiple factors. We are moving into a new emergency operations center, as well as we're coming out of a post-disaster, and we've learned a lot of things, and communication-wise, coordination-wise, stuff that we need to have in place, of course, for this summer and future threats in the next couple of years. So with that, just high level, the main ones, general office supplies, that's just, again, due to the building, the what we call a hot emergency operations center. So my office is there, so technically that emergency operations center is always manned, in the sense of I'm there.
Eric, Mayor, I've got a question. So you don't have a secretary? Yeah, I mean, you don't,
So I utilize the fire department admin secretary, but I personally do not have a secretary
Okay.
in my department.
I thought we were looking at doing something.
Wanted some help.
Yes, and so we're actually getting an emergency management intern, and she starts May 1st.
Oh, nice, okay.
What's the nearest place that has a curriculum for that? Does ENMU Portales have that?
So when it comes to emergency management programs, the ENMU does have it, Portales location, they have a bachelor's in it. And I was just notified that Las Cruces, New Mexico State, has a minor in emergency management, and they're hoping to build out a bachelor's and then a master's program. They've contacted me to see if I would be interested in, just like I do with ENMU Rideau, so an adjunct instructor, hopefully to lead that course as well.
Oh, nice.
from here?
From here, yes.
Professor.
So on your Starlinks, well, you go ahead, you're going through general office supplies.
Yes, sir. So we have a plotter. We acquired a plotter during the disaster, and as I've talked with Alex and Stephanie, plotters are a lot of work. So that really makes up the majority of that budget is the plotter, maintenance fees, all of that good stuff. When it comes to the Starlinks, one of the things, the after-action items, Mayor and Council, that we had from the South Fork fire is we lost communications. And so redundancy is the key word. And so we're looking at putting a Starlink at the Emergency Operations Center that's always hot, always active. So if we do have TDS, Windstream go down, we go to the next one, which is satellite. And then the other.
And
Yes,
that's
sir.
part of the generated part of the building?
That is correct.
Okay.
So it would just be, internet down, 2 minutes, we're back up and operational again. The goal is never to move the Emergency Operations Center again. It will stay at that building unless there is a threat to responder safety and staff personnel. For the remainder, we will stay in that building. The other Starlink that we're putting on is going to be on the command trailer. I know that that's later in the budget, but we are looking at purchasing a command trailer. It's a bumper tow, but also having that Starlink on top of that, so when we deploy.
How many Starlinks are we talking? Is that an annual fee?
Yes, sir.
6,000?
So
So it runs
six-
about 130 a month.
That's correct.
So that's
We'll
one.
buy the primary one,
Mm-hmm.
and then we have a residual one from the fire that was donated to us by the Disaster Technology Corps. It's a nonprofit. They gave us some monitors, keyboards, so we already have one. We just have to turn it on and pay for the service. The one budgeted would be the purchase of the physical Starlink plus the subscription or the fee. the
So,
monthly
but they're $299.
Well,
I don't-
depending on what you get,
Exactly.
if you buy it out, like when I got mine, as soon as the fire hit, I bought one and it was reduced, but it was almost 500.
That's what ours was.
And then, but then I got the service where I can physically move it, and that's $165 a month.
Yep.
If you're talking the 124, 130, that means it won't be able to move within a mile of where you say I'm setting it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So one's for the actual physical location, the EOC, the other one will be mobile. Looking at, again, the non-cap EOC equipment, again, we're moving into a new facility, so we are planning on putting base stations in there. Base stations are like what you would see in the fire station or at one of the main stations. It's just a little larger than a portable radio and has a little bit more power. The plan is, so you have the call center, my office, what we're gonna call the war room or operations room, and then next door where we had, what was it? Just the extra room. The extra room, what was it in the original plan? Code compliance,
But it's down the east wing?
yes.
So, where's the war room?
War room is where we had the original EOC. That's just operations, the operations section. Where code compliance is going to be planning, logistics, finance, all of the support. Something that we came into consideration this summer is when we have a active situation happening in the village, we have a lot of people from planning, finance, come in and see what's happening. The war room will be strictly for police, fire, public works, EMS, emergency management to make those decisions. So with that, we'll put base stations in there, so when we have an activation, chief will physically move his office, sit in the war room, and then he'll have a dedicated radio to contact. Same with PD, same with Adam, with public works and myself.
Has our tech people looked at how you're talking about hooking all the internet? Is that why it's so expensive?
Yeah.
Because you got EOC sat internet. We already have internet over there unless we lose it because we've got a redundancy built in. So this is just your portion of it or what?
Mayor and council, when the fires occurred, we actually lost internet.
Sure.
This would continue to stay up, so it would act exactly like that bus did that came in, that provided internet services to us for a couple of weeks before everything became active again.
So it's a whole nother unit
It's a whole nother unit.
that sits on the roof.
And it would act independently to provide internet service for the EOC specific.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have 3 redundancies there, and
Yeah,
then-
well, it sounds like you're gonna have more because you've got, I'm just trying to figure it out because we've got 6,000, 6,000, and 15,000. And I know part of that 15,000, they're gonna be at different places.
The Starlink unit you're
Yeah.
talking about, yeah.
And I was just trying to figure out, but they put paper and pencil to this, I guess. And then the EOC satellite internet is a separate unit like we had in that other truck.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that would be the 4th redundancy. Because you got Windstream, you got TDS, you got Starlink, now you got this thing.
Yes, sir. So you have your basic internet that is going to the whole building that this is on. Then you have your Starlink component and then the SAT Starlink. And the other unit would actually sit on the command trailer. That one's mobile, so that's separate from the actual
How
building.
big is that trailer?
Trailer is, it's gonna be 35?
35 foot long? And you can pull that with a bumper pull?
Yep. Yeah, it's right now in
Do we
St.
have anybody
Louis.
knows how to drive that? If Cade's busy?
I got people.
Well, because I know I got a 20-foot trailer, and you got to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And, because we were hoping to get our own truck. So is this one, do we have the ability to go after the emergency whatever funds? We missed out on the first round.
Yeah, we submitted a capital outlay request, which was not granted.
We
so.
got nothing.
So, Robin, over at Horton, because we're adding Starlink to the IT also, where Leor's gonna have it set up where it'll go to every office within that one wing, so.
Yes, Mayor and Council, we have, with the upgrade that we did with, across the village, we have ports at every location that we could plug in Starlink to, in addition to the Windstream and TDS backups that we have for redundancy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very good.
Yeah.
But in all the stuff that we've talked about, just like all the different departments on maintaining continuity, every department has its own nuance, that there's not that particular app that's written for that or software. I mean, we've had a holistic approach to look at the communication over at that building, and we're not duplicating. I don't want to get up there and we got 4 Starlinks. It's like, geez, I didn't know Eric was getting one. It's not that kind of deal.
No. Yeah, to keep theirs separate, I think you can have 15 people on a Starlink, and then you start getting into issues where you won't get connectivity. So we need dedicated emergency operations, so those 15 people, chief, yourself, council members, the executive staff, will have a dedicated internet access during a crisis.
That you come to the location.
Yes, sir.
We end up in a situation where TDS and Windstream are down, and we have to start operating on Starlink. At that point, we'll call in Johnny Montoya to start working on the backup of having to possibly go out through Madi again or something of that nature. He is still working in the background for the ring around the mountain.
Yeah, the redundancy.
Yes, so that's part of the reason our system is designed the way it is, so that we can get back up and operating, hopefully in less than 24 hours, no matter what.
And Mayor and Council, the redundancy is set up for roughly between 50 to 100 people operating in the EOC. So if you have 15 senior executives in the war room, plus an additional 15 to 20 sitting in EOC planning, plus an additional 10 in the call center, which would be another active line, that's what you're planning for on the redundancy side of things, which is why it sounds like there's so many Starlinks. But if you recall, we had 100 people online at one time during the EOC, and that was what we had to keep going, along with 2 active phone lines. And that's the minimum we prepared for.
So will it have sort of a Bluetooth effect, not a Bluetooth, Wi-Fi wireless router effect, where you don't have to be in the room, but you could be outside the room, out in the front?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, good, because that's where most of us ended up talking.
Yes, sir.
anyway.
Yeah, you can go to your car and,
Well, I was just, you had to be within so many feet, and, because the trailer was too crowded, the building was too crowded. So, okay, that's a good point.
So the idea is to make this facility where you won't have to leave. You'll have all connectivity, whether it's radio communication, whether it's computer communication, or whether it's hardline communication.
Excellent. Have y'all
What
been
about
over to the
the-
building?
I haven't, not to that end since it's been turned out, but what I was just thinking now, the further into this, what about food services, because when we were at Fire Station 1, we had the ability, because you had the kitchen to do things. What's gonna happen over there at your place?
so we do have a break room in there. We've talked about putting there's seating in there, there's counter space. During the fires, we did a lot of catering. We never actually cooked at the fire station. We can bring in something called like Cambros, and then have those,
You got electric ones
yeah,
that'll keep.
warm, stuff like
But
that.
I'm gonna tell you what, that kept some of our businesses afloat,
Oh,
the
yeah.
restaurants. When they,
No, that was
some of them were doing it out of the goodness of their heart, and then we had meetings about, we're not gonna make it. And it's like, well, have you ever sent us a bill? And then we got it paid for them. That's a great job, Mike and Ron. And Pulled the fat out of the fire.
And
No, that
Mayor
was
and
good.
council and Councilor Hooker, to your question, and I know that Shauna's here, but if we had an emergency going on and the Boys and Girls Club wasn't being used, they have a kitchen there and they have.
Yeah,
that
they
full-
do.
Yep.
So that'd be an option that we might be able to work with,
Oh, yeah.
with Boys and Girls Club, so.
Yes, and they've got the walk-in freezer and walk-in fridge.
And I think they're getting refitted for new fire suppressants, what I was told.
Connected to our fire system, so fire alarms.
Yeah, that's what it was. Well, it sounds great.
We're
One of
excited.
I tried to talk them out of this on our 8-hour drive yesterday, but one of the things I think we're looking at or examining is other EOCs have like a food pantry component, just for store, almost like you would in the executive conference room where you have snacks stored, those kinds of things. And then smaller refrigerator areas where you have them preloaded with anything that needs to come in case there's just quick reference to those, so.
Yeah, we're trying to eliminate what the 2 AM all subs run that costed us $89.
I think Judy's still trying to submit me for review on that, so.
So just having stuff pre-positioned there, those snack items, but also having MREs there as well.
Yeah.
When do you think you're gonna be in that?
I'll defer to executive leadership.
Pretty quick, they're putting a new floor in now.
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Hooker, they're doing the flooring, and then working with Judy on the new furniture. So we received a quote on that.
We've gotten the preliminary design, we haven't gotten the cost, but we are submitting any changes for anybody that wants changes in their office, and I haven't got the revision of those changes back. But what did they say? It was gonna be 6 months? No. 4 to 6 weeks. 4 to 6 weeks for the furniture, once we order it.
Or 6 to 8 weeks.
It still sounds like quite some time.
Well, the carpet was an issue in some of the rooms, and then we found out that Eric and the others didn't want carpet in there anyway, so that worked out well. So we're having LVT, or the fake wood, like we have in the rest of the building. It's all being put down, and then we need to, so we're just waiting on a quote on the furniture.
And also, Mayor and Council.
You asked for that quote?
Yes.
No, we're still, Judy said we're still having to wait on any changes to send back to them.
Who is that? EOC, emergency, forester, who else are we waiting on?
No, I've already submitted the changes that I've had. I haven't gotten back the updated plans from them yet, so that can price out everything.
Who?
The company that we're working with.
Oh,
and-
I thought you were
And I
employees.
can't remember the name of the company. They're on state price agreement.
Mayor and council, from a response perspective, which is what we're planning for, as soon as we get the CO, we've identified some resources, all of the old tables at the convention center, chairs, any desks that are needed would immediately go into the EOC in preparation for May.
So the old tables that we had, they're still in great shape? at
Yes, sir.
the Community center. You're
So
gonna-
we would work those in quickly. Those would immediately staff the call center. They would immediately staff Eric's office. They would immediately staff the EOC War Room and the Planning and Logistics Center so that we can have a setup as soon as we're allowed to move in there and have an active EOC.
And Mayor and Council, we also had an inspection. Chief was there with the State Fire Marshal's office. We had to add some additional fire alarms. And what else did we do, Chief, on that? We had to,
There was a bunch of clutter that needed to be cleaned up.
yes.
And
So that was all part of the Boys and Girls Club. We're all together as one before they give us their blessing on that, so.
Yeah, since fire alarms were all hooked together in that entire building, then the Boys and Girls Club's situation that we had over there has to be addressed.
Yep.
So as soon as the fire alarms and the flooring are complete, we get the CO.
Yeah, we're gonna use the center this summer. And so the goal is to have this operational by monsoon season.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta get you some furniture.
But that goes to Michael's point. If we do have a delay or something with the furniture, we can pull from the
We can pull
convention
some of the
center.
other-
Yeah.
We think 6 to 8 weeks, that'll put us by July.
Yeah.
We'll have the CO, I think, in 2 weeks, which means we'll move furniture in from the convention center in 2 weeks.
Okay. That sounds good.
I have a question. I know that that you had a tabletop,
Yes.
yes. Okay, so, and I know that Counselor Hooker has his job, because I don't know, what are you in the EOC?
In the way? No, I wasn't. The reason that happened the way it did was, one, because I linked up with them immediately that
Right.
next day, and then two, just saying it no other way, it's because I had been there.
I know, absolutely.
Knew the contacts and things like that. After that, the next one, I may just be like everybody else, out of the way.
Where I'm getting at, Mayor, is you're the mayor, you're extremely busy. The manager is extremely busy, everybody's extremely busy, and yet the counselors are getting a lot of phone calls. What's going on? I need somebody that, from the council, that one of y'all can go to and say, get this out to the rest of the council.
I thought we were doing all that.
The
Using
thing
the-
about it is it was like, I wanted to come over to the meetings. Well, I found out that all I had to do is use my badge. I called Joe, and I don't think I called Dr. Jackson, and Greg, and said, hey, if y'all want to come back in, all you have to do is use your badges.
Well, that's
Are you
what we
talking
told
about
everybody when
village
we.
limits?
Pardon me?
Are you talking about village limits, Counselor?
Right, to get back in after we evacuated, I'm sorry.
Mayor and council, we had a conversation about this yesterday as well. What I think the recommendation is, to Eric's point, is that where we were having weekly briefings for elected officials or daily and then weekly, what we'll probably do is continue those. We talked about a high-level executive summary based on the information that we know that those were tedious, that they had, we went through all of the ESFs and there was a lot of info there. We'll still be providing that packet, but the executive summary will hit all of the key points on things that need to be distributed or items that need to be addressed.
Basically, Michael, and that was wonderful, excellent. It's just that during that week, immediately after, I feel like we need to know what's going on so that we can tell people when they call us or go to the evacuation centers. I got blasted for not going to Roswell, to the evacuation centers and telling people what's going on.
I was over there, I did that, but you gotta remember, there was no phone, no electricity,
know,
no anything.
Mayor, I
People are
totally-
like, I don't know what's going on. It's
I
like,
know.
we're trying to do it here.
I totally
Can't do everything,
understand.
but we have a good plan, and once it started, then it was like with once we handed out, because I remember talked to Greg, and I said, we'll just have your name on the list. What direction are you coming from?
And that's what you did
But
with
when
me.
everybody, and then we get you in, and here's your badge, and you just show your badge.
And that was perfect, but it took a couple of days to get that way.
Sure.
So I didn't know if we were gonna have a specific person so that y'all aren't being called from all places, because I know you're busy. I don't want to be a part of the EOC, but I need to know what's going on.
And Mayor and Council, what we'll do is, as part of the agency administrator component, we definitely will reach back out to you. We'll work on what those component roles are. I'll be the one that'll reach directly out to you. Ron, the mayor, and Eric are gonna be doing their thing.
Yes, absolutely.
And so what we don't think will happen is that we don't think we will have another evacuation unless there's a fire. Most of what we will be dealing with is flooding. So we'll be those alerts will come out immediately, but we'll make sure to, make sure you're notified ASAP as soon as we have active, decisions that are being passed down.
Really appreciate it. And, to your point, through the summer, those meetings were invaluable. They really were, because not only people asking, but listening to people talk, and they're talking and giving information, yet they have no idea what's going on. It was it was very valuable for me to say, hey, listen, blah, blah, blah. I just come from the meeting. This is, so I really appreciate that.
No,
Thank you.
thank you, ma'am. When we talk about, communications, that's the first thing that breaks down in a disaster. During that first 92-hour operational period, there was a lot of breakdown in communication, and that's to be expected. But we did have a rather quick return of communications and setting something what we call as a battle rhythm. So you have the planning meeting, and then 1 o'clock. Every day, I knew at 1 o'clock I was briefing elected officials. We plan on continuing that through the summer months, through monsoon season. If it's not daily, it's weekly. If you're not getting the weekly meetings, we're sending out a sit rep.
And then with the advent of 99.1, which we're getting because the signal's a little low. And I forgot what that component's called, that hopefully this week they'll have one at the tower, and if not, then we'll have to make another. But it has more volume and more depth and we can do live remotes from the car. I did several, others did several, they would talk directly to the radio about, areas of town that were closed, roads, the actual eyes on, to get those things out there from different folks.
Tom and I went out to the garage every time you were speaking to hear what was going on, because that's the only way we could get it.
And now then, that's why we really wanted 99, or an FM, and we were
Yeah.
fortunate enough to get 99.1.
No, that's great.
So that other people can be on there and actually have eyes on it. So hopefully people will stay where they're at and feel more comfortable in knowing that all these things are taken care of.
Yeah,
And,
great job.
but it's that if we have a system set up where the council's notified, it's a lot easier than I'll take two, you take two, you take two. And we don't lose anything in the message.
Yeah. No, I think the moving to FM will help a lot with communications. And we've actually came from a tabletop with the PRC yesterday over public safety power shutoffs. And they were talking about redundancy in communications and how do we alert the public, during a PSPS or a power outage. And something that we brought up was the use of our AM radio station. I know Bernalillo buys airtime on their local channels. And we said, well, the village owns our radio station, and we were commended for that, because we just have to walk in and
Flip the
and go.
switch.
Yep.
But it's just like, I don't want to rely on stuff like Mike. Last time, if he hadn't had the touch with the guy on that trailer, with the communications trailer, we might have been another day or two down. Three at least.
Yeah.
But he had the guy up here that day, and I forgot his name, he was a great guy. But, to be able to have that communication where we could stand within 15, 20 feet and start answering phone calls. So hopefully we don't ever get there, but that's what all your redundancy is there to
Yes, sir.
take over.
And that's the point of the trailer and the command center, to take the place of what we initially had.
So that trailer, it has its own generator and everything on it?
Yes, sir. And then redundancies, we have fuel reserves at the airport, the street shop, so we can fuel it up wherever we need to go. We talk about external communications with our citizens, requesting information. One of the other things that came out of the fire, and the goal is to have the full after-action report and the implementation plan by the anniversary date, which is June 17th. So we'll be getting with you, Mayor, the executive leadership, to do the preliminary go-through, and then if it's okay with Ron and the executive leadership, present it at one of the council meetings. But on top of that, just a precursor is the call center. That tends to be one of the things where we just stand it up, but there's no standard operating procedure, or, people are just answering calls and they're doing the best they can to answer those questions that they're getting fed. We're actually building that out this year. We have first line, we have supervisors for the call center. Diane over at the library, she's going to be the lead for the call center. She was under donations management. Now Stephanie's moving into that donations management role. Library's taking over the call center. And we're building out SOPs and SOGs. So if you're asked this question, this is your response. This is the board where we share evacuations in real time. So they have a map book. I live at this place. Oh, yep, you're here. You're in the evacuation zone. And so we are building, it's sad that we had a disaster, and we're going to keep having incidents over the next couple of years, but the good thing is we're gonna get really good at this, unfortunately. So one of those things, just to make the streamline, ease the burden of our citizens when they call wanting for information, we'll have information to give that's relevant to their situation.
Excellent.
Great.
The last one I just wanted to touch on, under travel and school, we added 4,000. And going back to the mayor's point where we started this conversation was me traveling to Valencia. We have deployments. So just like how fire departments send out their personnel for RMP assignments, I can be deployed as a Type 3 Emergency Operations Center Director. And the other side of the house, that's the equivalent of like an incident commander. I'm just there to support the incident. So just like Valencia County, instead of pulling from, school travel, that's an automatic, we pull from that fund. And then once we, get the paperwork, the IMAS, the Interstate Mutual Aid Agreement signed, then we can replenish that fund as well.
So Eric, when you go to other places, you just assist them and maybe watching things that they need to do? Okay.
So like for Valencia County, I deployed as a Type 3 EOC Director, Deputy. And so she stayed the Emergency Operations Center Director. I just came in as her deputy and said, hey, maybe we probably need to start doing damage assessments. Hey, okay, there's only 3 structures. That's not gonna meet a individual or public assistant threshold declaration.
Okay.
We're gonna treat this as a Red Cross, just normal structure fire. So we'll defer to Red Cross. They'll get like $700 for immediate needs. And then we'll work with SBA to get them a short-term loan because that was activated with the FMAG.
Got it.
And Mayor and Council, a conversation I had yesterday with state leadership was that more than likely Eric will probably be the primary deployment asset for the state if there's any other emergencies. However, my pushback to them was if we are ever under certain situations or issues.
It should be under our authorization.
It would
before
be.
we go.
It would be. It would automatically come
It's
to
all
us for
voluntary.
authorization,
Yeah.
but they're gonna look to him as their first kind of reference, at least initially, because of the experience he's gotten through the fires and floods.
What they do is when there's a call, the chief of these guys call me, and I'm not the expert, I ask them, are we covered, are we this, are we that? And, how do we, and once they make me feel good that, yeah, our bases are covered, we still have the equipment, we go because people came.
Yeah.
And then they go, and that's the way it should work, not we call you, you go.
No, they're
It's
just
always
saying,
voluntary.
they're gonna try and probably call him first.
Okay.
Yeah, there'll always be a request for availability statewide, and then they'll be like, are you available? And that's when I usually talk with chief, hey, and I'm not monitoring any hazards, or yes, I'm monitoring hazards, I'm gonna be unavailable for this assignment.
Yeah, like July with our rainy season.
Yeah, I already told the state from July to August,
Yeah.
I'm not leaving this jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So it can happen.
So Eric, that, your deputy that's coming on, I'm assuming
intern?
that you.
Intern.
That you have coming on there, and I'm assuming that you had some interviews with her. How long do you think that it would be before you felt comfortable to leave her if you had to deploy somewhere else?
So, Counselor Eby, the intern will have no direction, authority,
She's just in
anything like
college,
that.
or she's going to school, she's just a summer intern.
Yes.
Oh, so she's not gonna be here forever?
No,
No.
but
For a
it
while.
could be, that's what he's trying to do, is grow into that position, and then find out how all of this works and build a new department is what his goal is. And we're trying to figure out how do we fund it, how does we work in conjunction without overlap? And then sometimes when he needs, they need. It's typical Ruidoso story. We all need the same thing at the same time. And so how do we build into that? That's what he's working on. So he's got a summer intern that's coming in that will be answering the phone, doing paperwork, doing all these kind of things that are that are necessary, but he can't do them. And then once you get past that, then we'll talk about employees in the department. And
Yes, sir, Mayor, Counselor Eby. We actually had 3 interviews for the emergency management intern position, which was more than I was expecting. I was expecting maybe 1. So to have 3 people interested in recovery, preparedness, and emergency management, and those are local individuals, is quite impressive.
Yeah.
Was there any discussion from state level, from anything y'all heard about funding for these operations? Because I know we had talked about it at the league, and we're trying to make inroads. That's the way legislation works, slowly. About the way you have a fire fund, is there a way that something else could be done for these emergencies? Because while we are the poster child for everything that you guys did right in the water department, all of those things, they're coming in and shadowing our water department to learn because of all the things we did right, that they're asking, we need to somehow help fund these things because of what happened in Las Vegas, Mora, how it was a total collapse.
Yeah.
And so there was talk, and we started that conversation, but you never heard anything else out of it?
No,
Well, just to jump in a little bit, Mayor, I know that Roswell had pushed their bill. That bill, in my mind, was a little bit, I won't say harmful, but it'll change the way that kind of revolving loan funds impact communities to
Right.
respond to these kinds of things, because it's talking about putting the burden on the residents initially.
Yep.
I also know that HB 21's initial language was being looked at. Basically, the state, DHSCM is taking all of the impacts, they're taking an average of what it looks like to run an initial EOC. Our HB1 funds that we received, the initial 22, but the total of 44, those funds are obviously for long-term permanent work. They're trying to figure out how they create that average cost for the immediate work that could go to get funded. But I think they're trying to build that up next year or the year after to
Yeah,
figure out.
because they dropped it. It didn't go very
Yes.
far this year.
No, so that's where the initial language of HB 21 and I forgot the other bill, it was out of the House, they were trying to generate that kind of revolving loan fund to use immediately for the disasters, do the response components, and then get reimbursed based on what were considered category A and Bs. So that would be like our 3.2 million that we utilize for like the EOC, any emergency response components, those kinds of things. So they're trying to come up with a way to do that. They need numbers. And I think between Mora, us, and now Roswell, they really are starting to establish that general idea of
Well,
what it
and
is.
they're always talking about shortages. I know it's a little bit off the subject, but it has to do with what he's talking about is DHSCM, they've had some changeovers there. They're always talking about shortage of quality employees. Why don't you hire them and train them? And that's what we said we'd love to, but we're trying to figure out how do we fund it? If we had some sort of a EC fund like we do fire fund, police, if there's some way we could move some money in that allows us to full-time hire them, because that's what they're saying. We can't even hire them. And y'all remember, nothing against the HSCM, but they were green as a gourd when they came in on this deal. And they've learned quick. I mean, Ally and Ashley and those guys have come a long way. But it would be nice if communities in regions had somebody like us have an EC department, EOC department, that you could help other communities. And that's one of the things they were talking about, but since we're already established, that's how we were starting the conversation at the league. And I just we had other things, but it didn't catch a lot of traction.
One of the discussions we had at lunch yesterday with some of the leadership at DHSCM, which I think is going to make a significant movement on pre-positioning assets. I think the National Guard is going to come into play significantly with some of the open
That'll make Adam
areas.
happy.
Well,
Not the
not the
engineer.
personnel, not the
engineer.
personnel,
Not the
not the
engineer.
engineers. But, so like the, I forget what they're called, the high water vehicles, some of their immediate assets on equipment, that's going to be pre-positioned strategically throughout the areas so that those things can get here quicker. The sandbagging machines, the swift water teams that can do responses, they're verifying from a DFA perspective and from a basically a reimbursement perspective on whether their swift water teams can actually respond without having a declaration of emergency in that time period. So if they can, then they would pre-position those assets as well. If they can't and it requires a declaration, then they're going to try and figure something else out. But they see the same issues. They're going to try and pre-position state assets throughout the state to try and respond to disasters as they happen.
And to Michael's point, just a point of clarification, when we talk about declarations, you have a local state of emergency or a local disaster declaration, then you have a state disaster declaration. Automatically, the first flood that we have, I'll recommend to you, Mayor, and the council, as well as the clerk's office, we declare a local state of emergency. That just helps us mobilize internal assets, frees up stuff, and then, of course, we can start using emergency procurement under that. Where Mike is saying is to activate the National Guard, that requires a state disaster declaration. And then to activate public assistance and individual assistance, that then requires a federal disaster declaration under the federal administration. And so there's different levels. Each time we declare at each level of government, new things come into play. Again, the goal is, or what we're going to have to do is declare a local state of emergency disaster at the local level to move some stuff internally. And then when it comes to the state National Guard, when they deploy and they have operations, it has to be under a state declaration.
So now when y'all get asked those questions, you understand all the rigmarole. Okay, thank you.
But one of the things that I remember Counselor Lehrman asking for is an executive training. That still is in the works. I'm still trying to bring that down here. I know we just had a tabletop exercise. We're taking this a bit further over the next couple of weeks, and we're going to have a functional exercise May 7th. I know that we can't all convene at the same time, but I highly encourage you to come out, just be a observer, see how the operation's working. It's going to be from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock at the convention center. And that's going to be from state all the way to federal assets playing. So come in, observe, see what's happening. And then we'll work on getting what we call a 402 class. That's the elected officials class before monsoon season. That's one of our priorities, one of my priorities for y'all. So you understand a little bit what the role is of an executive advisor or an executive leader to the agency administrator, and then the agency administrator to myself, and then my staff underneath me.
Mayor and Council and Eric, I can post a potential quorum notice if it will make it easier for you, where they can all be there, especially since it's an all-day event. As long as you give me, sufficient time ahead, we'll post a potential, possible quorum. There's a possible quorum, but no action will be taken. And if I post that, then you can have all of them there to do that.
Good to know.
What day is that?
It's going to be May 7th.
May 7th, what day of the week is that?
That is a
Wednesday.
Wednesday, yes.
I'm going to be on vacation, but that's excellent.
What's the title of this?
It's going to be the pre-monsoon season functional exercise. And then I can get with Gina and she can send it out on y'all's calendars.
So with that, talking about the swift water, I know we were supposed to have local personnel trained and also county trained in the swift water rescue. Do we have the assets and equipment ourselves to address that?
I'll defer to the fire chief.
I don't believe the county has anything with Swiftwater, but we have 10 personnel, and we have boats and dry suits. We have all the equipment, but only 10 personnel at this time. But we also have a training coming up for an additional 12.
Through Mascalero.
Mascalero hadn't sent theirs yet.
They're going to be training together. We just had that confirmation. I think they're trying to identify a time. But Mascalero will be training 12, we'll be training 12. And then we discussed in the budget for the dry suits as well as the updated equipment that they'll be needing for swift water.
Are you still in contact with their emergency manager and deputy manager?
Yes.
Because I know they were called off of your tabletop exercise.
I'm
No,
sorry,
they,
Mayor, which
Mascalero,
jurisdiction?
was
No,
there.
Mesco showed up at the
Mescal.
county
Yes, sir.
Oh, county, Brian participated online.
for 15 minutes. That's what I was
I'm
told.
not,
He was there for about 30 minutes and then he,
He was told he didn't need to be in it by the county commissioner.
yeah.
So I was wondering if we've got to do some work there, because what I understand is they said they don't need ours, they're going to do their own. Have you heard that?
Yeah, we did get an invite to their pre-monsoon season coordination meeting. I do plan on attending that. But to the level of what was said or not said by the commission, I can't attest to that.
Well, it was commission or, so, but yeah, we just need to keep moving forward so that we're ready.
And additional to Mr. Eby's, so we have a Southeastern Chiefs Association that's been formed on the southeastern part of New Mexico. And so that's been headed up by Eddy County, their fire chief. And so the southeastern part of New Mexico, we're gonna get together and try to figure out how we can build some MOUs with each other to assist it without having to break the bank like we're talking about.
Uh-huh.
So that initial meeting was May 7th, so I'm gonna miss that because of our tabletop. But let's see if I can send the assistant chief.
To your Firemen's Association, Firefighters Association, can you find out if there's any MOUs out there, any agreements in Metroplexes or whatever that we could use as a foundation instead of come up with something from scratch?
That's exactly
So-
what we're.
Oh, you're doing that?
we're also crafting one. We'll be probably meeting with Doñana County since they're going to be the most immediate response for Swiftwater. It's the joint EOC between Doñana County and Las Cruces. We'll be identifying MOU with them as well on Swiftwater to try and make a response. So we'll probably be making the trip down there either later Friday if we can get a schedule or on the next week to figure out how to negotiate that.
And Mayor, Council, to the Swiftwater point, in talking with the fellow emergency managers across the state, they understand that we're gonna need help. Better to prepare for than hope for. And so I know even Sandoval, Office of Emergency Management and Sandoval Fire have already budgeted for extra overtime this season for deploying to our jurisdiction
Wow.
to support Swiftwater. That's the same for Burnco, that's the same for Las Cruces, Doñana. They're understanding the needs and our capabilities. They said that we know you have yourselves, but in the case that you need a little extra, they're willing to support us.
No, that's great.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
But they're gonna expect reimbursement, correct?
through the state. If it's
Yep.
Texas Task Force 1, they'll go through the EMAC, the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, and that's picked up by the state. Much rather do an EMAC than an IMAS.
Anybody else? Anything else?
No, appreciate it.
Lunch is here, so,
Oh, I'm standing between lunch.
yeah.
I'll shut.
No, you're good.
Boom.
Y'all are all welcome to eat lunch.
Yes, please.
Noah Vine ordered.
Stand up, I was still up about 4 hours.
No, I said something.